What is up, folks? Happy Friday, and welcome to another Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream. I was gonna say it's been a while, but I don't even know if it's been that long. It's just been an intense couple of weeks with birthdays and dentist appointments and new bicycles and Metroid games and who knows what else has been going on since the last one. But no matter, it's we reached the community goal, so it's time once again. Atomic Runner, thank you very, very much for your continued patronage. 18 months of solid, unspeakable horrors. And indeed, you are the new, proud, I should hope, owner of a brand new chrome cyborg skull. Looks pretty swanky if I say so myself. Sanuj, Space Hoppercopter, what's up? What's up? Friday night beatdowns. Yes, that is what we're doing tonight. We are, we're going to be playing, well, I mean, you guys tell me. It's not up to me, it's up to you guys to determine what's being played tonight. But it will involve some fisticuffs, I'm sure. Yeah, my hair was a mess, so I thought, why not wear a hat? And if I'm going to wear a hat, why not wear this one? I don't really wear it outside, so I figured, you know, why not? If not for a stream like this, then when? Speaking of new exciting stuff happening and SNK themed headwear, Tokyo Game Show is happening? Question mark? Kind of? I don't know. But there's been some KOF 15 stuff. I think we addressed this very briefly on Thursday stream, which was yesterday. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So there's been some new character trailers. No new like announcements, but they showed a trailer for Squid Kid, aka Isla, and there was a K-Dash trailer, and there's been a slew of gameplay footage coming out, like because they've had I don't know, people have been going hands-on and posting clips on Twitter and stuff, and there's like hours-long videos of direct feed gameplay footage, which I haven't looked at that much. I mean, I haven't had time because I was streaming all night last night, and I've been at work all day today. And now I'm streaming again. But I'm really eager to take a look at it. From what I've seen, bits and pieces just on Twitter, it looks a lot of fun. Like, it's been interesting to see some of the changes they made to gameplay systems. Like, overall, a lot of it is very similar to KOF 14. But they've kind of... The hot, like, button issue that people are debating just based on these early gameplay impressions is that they have... So a big issue kind of that a lot of people didn't like about KOF 14 was that hit confirming light attacks into max mode activation into big combos was like the strategy. That's like always the optimal option, basically. So what they've done is they've... the biggest issue, I guess, the biggest thing they've done is that they've changed the, like, activating, like, canceling into max mode now takes 2 meters instead of 1. So it's always like a slightly pricier option. And I forget if there's like some other changes they made, but basically they made what was a very overwhelmingly optimal and powerful option in the previous game is no longer that attractive of an option, which is probably good. But the one completely new feature is the Shatter Strike, which is the kind of behaves a little bit like the focus attack in Street Fighter 4. You have like this armored CD attack that you can combo off of, but you can also combo into it, which is like what people are concerned about, because you can very easily hit confirm into the Shatter Strike, and then you can combo off it. Like it's honestly it's pretty similar to the FADC combos in Street Fighter 4, except comboing into the crumple is like not that common, I guess. I don't remember. I haven't played Street Fighter 4 in a long time. But anyway, like of course people are having a lot of opinions on it back and forth. But from what I've seen, it's, I mean, obviously, yeah, like damage and meter and stuff, like, you know, the game's not out for 6 months or however many months. Like, obviously, those things are going to change. So I wouldn't, like, be too concerned with that kind of thing. But the options that you have and, like, the ways they've kind of made it, it seems to me, from what I've seen, that from the characters that were playable in this demo, which was only 8 characters, but seeing some stuff with, like, Iori and Kyo and Terry, they all seem capable of pretty simple, very fun-looking combos. Terry seems like he's going to be a absolute mad lad. He's got He's got a guard point on his power dunk, and his rising tackle is back to being a Shoryu motion. So he can, and also he can.
Excellent.
His like 3C, his like spinning back fist. He can cancel that into the Shatter Strike. Or that's his 6C, I guess. The 3C is the uppercut. Tasty Lemon, what's up? Thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, there's like some other stuff people have noted about like certain normals, and like Kyo has a new Far C, and his Far C is now cancelable also. Like it seems like, I don't know if you can really truly say across the board just based on this limited sample, but it's interesting because it looks like they're going for kind of easy, like every character can do big combo stuff, but without necessarily going into, like, because if you look at KOF 13 and 14 with the max mode and HD combos and stuff, like every character could do a touch of death combos basically. But there was a pretty high execution barrier, and like it was pretty technical. And I have no reason to suspect that that won't exist in 15, but it seems to be toned down a little bit because, again, just going into, like, comboing into max mode is already kind of expensive. Plus, if you, if you cancel into max mode, it costs 2 bars instead of 1, and you have a much shorter, max mode lasts much shorter, which was the case in 14 as well, by the way. But, so you're not going to have these super extended, like, combos like you had in 13. Thankfully, I don't really miss those. They were cool to look at, but I really didn't like how it basically made it so that if you didn't have those combos down, like, you couldn't really compete. I mean, not that I'm gonna compete, but it felt like you weren't playing the real game if you didn't have, like, 100% combos. And, like, 14, and from what it looks like, 15 will still have very high damage combos, but they're more meter intensive than they are execution intensive, which fits me very well because I'm not like an execution monster. I'm not going to sit in training mode for 2 years to learn it. So, I don't know, first impression, not even seeing like real matches, but just like watching gameplay and seeing like people post like sort of tech clips and sample combos and stuff on Twitter. I'm very excited to get my hands on it. So that's cool. Like I'm glad, you know, I've been excited for KOF 15 for a long time, but early footage to me like had me a lot more apprehensive because it looked so similar to 14. And I mean, I didn't dislike 14, but it wasn't much to look at. And 15 obviously does look better, but it also, the gameplay changes they made, from what I can judge so far, seem exciting to me. So I'm excited to get more news on the last couple of characters, and get to play it eventually when it's out in February. So we're going to be playing some fighting games tonight, but we have one order of business to take care of first, because I got kind of a surprise package in the mail. I did not expect this to show up now. I thought this would be a while, but because it's here, let's open it up real quick. Trusty hobby knife. I've got a number of boxes of stuff on the way. And I don't know, it's hard to keep track of all of it. Oh, okay. I was really confused because it looked like there was no packing materials, but it was all just shrink wrap. And I mean, everything looks like it's arrived in safe and sound, so. But I have to actually extract it somehow. Can we? Nope, that didn't help. Trying not to destroy the goods. Soldier, what's up, by the way? And Sword Fam, happy Friday to you all. Yes, we have some Gundam plastics. So I guess this is, yeah, Gundam Barbatos. Iron-Blooded Orphans, I guess is the name of whatever this is from. I don't know jack shit about Gundams. But this one was very cheap, and it looks pretty cool. Let me see if there's any, like, good pictures. They're very tiny. Let's see if autofocus will cooperate tonight. There we go. Yeah, so Hobbylink Japan had a sale. I mean, it might still be ongoing. I'm not sure. Someone tipped me off to it. And I haven't shopped anything from there in probably between 10 and 15 years. If I ever did, I barely even remember. But they had a sale, so I popped in and took a look, and this one was like $8 or something. I was like, all right, I'll get that one. It looks pretty cool. Looks pretty all right. Yeah, so these are high grade kits, which I've shown this off multiple times already, but I do have the real grade kit. This was the first one I got a few weeks ago. But I've been holding off on building it because I wanted to do like some simpler kits first to get the hang of it. For those of you who are even less knowledgeable about Gundams than I am, the HG, the kind of what do you call it, designation? They're like part of different series basically that have different scales and levels of detail and levels of complexity. So the high grade are like the lowest end of the ones that have like a name. I don't know. There are ones that are like no grade or whatever. They're like super cheap, super simple kits. But the high grade was like the high end, like according to my research, the high grade line was, it started in like the 80s. Yeah, they're not the lowest end period, but out of the graded ones, I don't know. They're not as high end as the name might imply, but they were at one point in history. But they have since, in the the 30-something years since then, they've introduced like new other lines and stuff. So the real grade is like the step up from this, and these are both in 1 to 144 scale, and then there's the master grade that's 1 to 100, and perfect grade, which is 1 to 60, I think. And the perfect grade kits, they're like a couple of $100, but they're also gigantic and insane. And I really want to build something like that at some point. But if it's like $8, I can buy whatever at like, it looks okay, I guess. We'll fuck around with it. But if I'm spending like $300 on a kit, it's gonna have to be something that I genuinely want. But if I get into this, sooner or later, I might actually get into Gundam and start having opinions on which models I like and whatever. But yeah, I guess this one comes with okay, yeah. So I guess it comes with whatever this is, the pizza shovel, and I guess it's got the sword on its back. It's got the sword here, and it's kind of advertising that if you get some other kit, you can mix and match parts, which I guess is also a big part of the appeal. I don't really, I don't know anything about this really, so it'll be interesting to get into this. This might be the first one I built. We'll see. Because again, these are high grade, so they should be a little easier to get into than the real grade stuff. Yeah, so the high grade ones are like, yeah, they're not the cheapest, the most low detailed, but they're cheap enough that they're kind of, compared to the higher end ones, yeah, they're kind of, yeah, you can mix and match, you can fuck around with them a little bit more without feeling like you're, I don't know, have to be too precious with them, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, we got the Iron-Blooded Orphans Mobile Suit Gundam Barbatos. And, what else? We have the XM-X1 Crossbone Gundam X1 SNRI Prototype Mobile Suit. That's a mouthful, but it's a taller box. HG Universal Century. So someone mentioned this is based on a comic or something. Anyway, it's a pirate Gundam, and let's see if we can. There we go. So it's got like a It's a little hard to make out here, but it's got like a skull and crossbones motif. It's got a skull on it. It's got crossbones, and let's see if we can. Let's look at. Yeah, there weren't as many pictures on this, but it's got like a flintlock pistol that I guess you can configure in different ways here, and it's got a big old saber. Yeah, the Buster gun and the beam saber, beam shield as well, I guess. But yeah, it's I just kind of like the design, and I like the goofiness of a pirate Gundam with a sword and a flintlock pistol, flintlock space gun. But yeah, like it's like there's so many models that that like they don't really stray super far away from the kind of standard what is it called, the RX-78 design, but just like slight tweaks, proportions, colors. But this had enough of a personality of its own, I guess, with the pirate shit that I thought, all right, I'm into this shit. Yeah, everyone dropping lore in the chat. Trying to keep up here. Yeah, real grade is kind of the in-between between high grade and master grade, with smaller scale but higher levels of detail. Let's catch up. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So these, I mean, it's not much to show, but if I open this up, this is what it looks like. So, I've never built a Gundam kit, but I have built other Bandai kits. And you can see all these sprues in different colors. So, the idea is... it's like almost like building Legos, I guess, because you... I should just show this. It's way easier to show what it looks like. But it doesn't require any glue. It does not require any painting. Of course, you absolutely can paint. But yeah, it's just like very simple step-by-step instructions for assembling everything, with some advice and tips on colors for painting and that kind of thing. It's like it's made to be super accessible and easy, which is super duper cool. And I don't know, it's one of those things that it's easy enough to get into, but you can absolutely you can get pretty crazy with this shit. So yeah, this is something that I've been wanting to get into as a like it was kind of a spur of the moment thing. As I mentioned previously, at my my job, we company I work for is has a number of different. It's like a family of companies that do kind of different things, and one of the companies is primarily a retailer of software, but due to circumstances, they have also started a physical store for game stuff, like hobby collecting type stuff. So because of that, I can get an employee discount and kind of a access to like wholesale distributor type stuff. It's a little convoluted, but basically it means that ever so often I have opportunities to order hobby stuff, some toy and figure stuff, and it just so happened that I got an email about some new releases from Bandai, including some Gundam and Kamen Rider model kits, and kind of spurred the moment. I was like, let's check these out. These are so cheap. Let me check them out. And since I got those or made those first orders, I didn't really receive most of it yet. It gave me the idea that, you know what, this seems like a really fun thing to do away from the computer, and just like another hobby, or a hobby period, that doesn't involve sitting at this desk at this computer. So I won't be building these on stream, but whenever I get around to building them, I'll be happy to show them off. So it's yeah, I'm excited to get into that. Yeah, there was a teaser trailer for Shin Kamen Rider. I saw that passing around. Looks pretty cool. I'm sure I will not keep up with it or watch it when it comes out, but it's cool. It's cool. Anyway, that was just a quick side thing. Like I said, that showed up in the mail today. I didn't expect it for a while, so I figured let's open it up. And I'm trying to think, like, ooh, maybe I should try to start building something on stream, but or not stream. See, I can't even talk. What I meant to say is maybe I should start building this weekend, but I'm streaming tomorrow and I have some plans for Sunday, so I'm not sure if I'll have time. I don't know when I'll get to it, but sooner or later. Anyway, guys, I'm happy to, not that I can participate much, I don't have much to add to the conversation, but I was going to say I'm happy to host more Gundam talk. I don't mind, but we do have other stuff going on, namely Viewer's Choice versus fighting games. So, we are going to be playing some fighting games. I'm going to play some fighting games, and you are going to view and choose. You're going to make said viewer's choice, and I'm going to help facilitate that by setting up a raffle. For those of you who have not done so, feel free to take a look at the list right here. These are the games that are available for viewers choosing. And I will shortly start a raffle, the winner of which will get to pick the first game of the night. And the way this works is you type raffle in chat. And I believe this is open right now. Oh, okay, that looks a little funny because I added the thing. Let's do that. It looks a little better. Not much, but a little. Running Wild, JoJo Star. What's up, guys? Happy Friday. Whoever wins the raffle gets to pick a game. We play the game for usually somewhere between 30 and 60 minutes, depending on what it is, depending on how it goes. I'll usually try to play through the arcade mode once, or the equivalent, depending on the game. And then we move on to something else. If I remember, I will activate channel point rewards for skipping the raffle to pick the next game directly. But I want to make sure that we get at least 1 or 2 raffles in first. I might forget, but that's fine. In that case, we'll just do raffles. Yeah, I can assure you I did not have 8,000 viewers. That'd be sick, though. If I had 8,000 viewers for 5 seconds, that probably would increase my monthly average by a couple of hundred. Maybe I could become partner. But anyway, yeah. I say this every time, but like I should have a proper timer so I don't have to just improvise how long we're letting people enter here. But that would probably involve work or like setting up a bot or something. I can't be bothered. But yeah, I'm always very excited, a little, you know, what's the word? Nervous about what games get picked. But it's always a good time. Not once have I have done a stream like this and it hasn't been a good time. So should be fun. People coming out of the woodwork to rig the raffle. I like it. Sunfire Lord, I'm seeing you there. Animated Taco, what's up, guys? Hope no one minds getting called out here. Exiting lurker mode. Seminaske, what's up, dude? All right, we got a couple of entrants here. Why don't we call this the last call here and implore anyone and everyone who wants to have a chance of picking the next game to type raffle in chat. We're accounting for a little bit of Twitch delay here, so we'll wait another 10 seconds or so, and then we're gonna pull a winner and see where we're at. I was trying to think, like, I feel like I haven't played much fighting games lately. I mean, I guess, I don't know how often I actually get around to playing fighting games not for these streams, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe I've just been playing more games in general recently, non-fighting games. Or maybe my brain is just melting. That's also entirely possible. Anyway, we're playing some fighting games tonight. And to find out who's going to pick the first one, let's do it. Roll it. Boom, Atomic Runner. Congrats. Let's hide this. and see what is going to be the first game of the night. Oh yeah, let me enable this. Server has a question. I don't know what to make of that. But sure, lay it on me. Am I tough enough? Well, why don't we dead dance to find out? I don't know how to segue. But we're gonna play Dead Dance. Released, of course, in North America as "Hey Punk, Are You Tough Enough?" Which is it's a rather absurd title for a game. I gotta respect its audacity, but it's also maybe one of the ugliest covers I've ever seen for a game. Anyway, let's dig it out here. It should be here somewhere. Ah, there we go. I mean, the Super Famicom cart looks cool and all. Actually, the box has nice artwork, but yeah, the American box is oh boy. Well, let's hop on over here and oh man, Prince of Persia. Dude, I want to play more Prince of Persia. This game is so fucking good. Like, as soon as I beat it on my birthday, I couldn't stop thinking of playing this game again. It's so fucking good. But not tonight. Oh yeah, we should just boot it up, I guess. I don't like remember jack shit on how to play this game. I know I've beaten it before, but I don't really remember much. Oh yeah, I should probably turn on my capture device. And I should probably, actually, this is probably set up. There we go. Oh yeah, this is gonna, okay. Yep, just a bit of setup here. Bear with me. There we go. I'll just change my input here. Probably some capture stuff here might not be set up correctly, so let me find out. Actually, yeah, this is set up. Oh yeah, I need to mute this. We don't need double audio. Yeah, I guess I was playing on Super Famicom when I was using this capture thing last, so everything should be set up correctly. I mean, it looks pretty good. Oh yeah, cover art. Yeah, see, this artwork's pretty sick. I mean, it's tiny on stream, but it actually has the characters from the game on the artwork, which is pretty novel. They didn't think to do that on the US box. Well, actually, it only has like one ugly face on it. Actually, I remember they changed the names of a bunch of characters. I don't know if they changed like the artwork or I don't know. It's one of those games. It's a Jalico game, so of course the US localization is all kinds of fucked. Yeah, pretty much what Sanuj is saying there. Yeah, holy shit, the fucking... I mean, I guess maybe that's supposed to be the boss character? I don't know. Master the moves to master me. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Those are some very, very Super Famicom swoosh sounds from the attacks. Anyway, I hope audio levels are alright. If not, let me know and we'll try to address it best we can. So this has like a story mode, I think. Oh yeah, shit, I totally forgot. I usually have a timer. Well, I don't know why I skipped that, because I'm not gonna, bear with me. There we go. I mean, the timer's not super important, but I like to keep tabs on how things are going. We'll just put that here, I guess. Notifications and shit. Alright, okay. Yeah, so this game has this kind of post-apocalyptic setting. Which does, at times, kind of lead to a lot of the locations, for example, aren't like super varied or exciting, but it is, it's a pretty cool atmosphere still. Alright, so I'll see if we can get into this. we'll play on normal, I guess. Big punch, small punch, big kick, big, small kick, rather. Alright, seems simple enough. Requesting tough enough box art? Hell no. Hell no. Alright, let's start the timer. Oh yeah, there we go. Quality menu music. Turns out I'm not tough enough for that box art. Alright, this is a password, I guess? Like start or like incantation of resurrection or something to that effect. That's a pretty good it's a pretty good option. But we'll just start. Alright, we got Sho, we got Zazie, got Kotono, and Volts. Vaunts, rather. I can't even read. I mean, it's pretty sick. I like this like, big like text. Like it's pretty. It's a little bit like Fatal Fury-esque, but it's kind of funky that there's like 4 playable characters and 2 of them are head swaps. Like that's a bit lame. But obviously there's a bunch of like it's all AI opponents. Yeah, there is a tower. Yes, I think you're thinking of this game. Like there's some stuff before you get to the tower, but yes. Yeah, the playable characters are pretty bland. They're not the most exciting lineup here. Just if someone wants to redeem a reward here for picking the characters, this would be the time. Otherwise, we'll pick someone. And I'll be honest, like I'm not super drawn to any one of these characters, but I guess we'll go Vaunts here. He's probably got some powerful wrestling moves. I don't remember. Vorts? See, it's like even harder to read. Yeah, so there's the tower. You have to like... You fight in the dome and shit first. I don't remember if you get to switch characters, but... First... Oh yeah, we got like vertical life bars. ... I'm going to the tower, no matter what. 邪魔するならあなたを殺す. Taos, I guess. It's just not gonna kill me, but just gonna defeat us. It's like, yeah, I'm going to the tower no matter what. Get in my way and I'll kick your ass, basically. That's pretty quality, like, sitting dropkick. Yeah, the hit stop in this game is ludicrous, but it's pretty satisfying. My normals are not small enough to hit her. Alright, that's pretty good. Throw. Nice, okay. Not a lot of damage, but... See, my fucking heavy kick can't hit her. Goaty, what's up? Yeah, there's... Oh, yeah, like we're all bloodied up. Got the fucking crimson mask. Punish? Yeah, I got her. What's up, Goaty? Sorry about the... the opponent ruining your poison pyramid there, but that's alright. Yeah, this game, like, it's a pretty... Like, in some ways, it's a kind of, like, not the most remarkable fighting game. But it's got some quality, like, presentation. Nice. Punishable on hit. That's what we like to see. Guess I'm glad I didn't pick her. Right? I mean, there are special moves, but I don't know what any of them are. Dude, my fucking crouching heavy punch, like, it's fucking backwards. Yeah, the game is like all about the world building and atmosphere. The mechanics seem serviceable enough. Oh yeah, right, I forgot about this. There's a replay mode. You can like rewind and step forward frame by frame. Like, well, I guess I lost. But promise me. Promise me you'll defeat Jado. I guess that's the name of the boss. I will keep that promise. Alright, we got some moves here. Okay. Weapon, both knuckle. Alright, that's pretty good. Quarter circle forward. Oh yeah, okay, so it's like like specific buttons. Chijuo Saikyo Densetsu. The strongest legend on Earth. Like, I love these little, like, titles, like preambles. All right, let's see if the chat doesn't scroll away here. QCF HP, HCF HP, so that's the command grab, yeah. Buffalo Charge, the charge move, back forward kick. All right, I should be able to remember that. Yeah, of course the dialogue was all taken out in the US version. 貴様はなかなかやれそうだな。だが、俺の敵は邪道だけだ。Like, you look pretty tough, but I'm here to fight Jado. Okay, that's the Buffalo Charge. Oh, okay, it's also on safe on hit. I tried to do the command grab. It looks like it didn't have a whip animation, but which is weird because, like, why does that hit behind him? Okay, I thought that was a cross up. Command grab seems weird to get it, to get out, but I think if I do it once or twice, I'll probably understand how it works. どうした貴様の力はそんなものか? Like fucking in between, like mid-match after each round dialogue, but he's like, they're like, how do you like that? Is that all you got? Well, we'll see. We might have more. Trying to do like reversal shit, it's not that easy with the weird hit stop. Okay, well that hit him at least. Didn't fuck all damage, but yeah, the fucking Muscle Buster seems very difficult to get. Alright, I guess the game has music too. Audio's pretty low on my end, so it's hard to hear. Okay, well, that didn't go very well. いい戦いだったが、俺の勝ちだ。俺が邪道を仕留めに行く。Alright, it's like, good fight, but I win. Now I'm going after Jado. Oh yeah, there's our resurrection incantation. Like resting place for defeated warriors. Like the fucking not even a grave, but like what's the word? A tomb? It's like that's pretty hardcore. Like your game over / continue screen being a tomb where you have to be resurrected. Oh, why did I press a button? Could have punished that instead. So like my regular throw does pretty good damage. So might as well focus on trying to punish with that instead. It doesn't seem like this game has combos. Ooh, did I just fucking... Oh, what's that? Oh, come on. Okay. I'll try to chip him out with the tackle, but I didn't think, so I used the light tackle, which travels, like, nowhere. Vorts seems to be a man of few words there. See, that's like a pretty decent chip. So many of his heavy kick normals are just like... Yeah, it works for that, but he kicks so high. I mean, I don't know. There are CPU opponents that are bigger than these dudes, so... It'll work well enough for those, I guess. So yeah, that's what I did before. I like... It's like a tick throw, basically. I mean, I'm sure he can get out of it. Like, it's not a frame trap or anything, but... it works against him, at least. Oh yeah, the replay, whatever. I won't forget losing to you. Alright. Show. Weapon, both knuckle. Yeah, so I guess we just gotta beat up our friends first before we're allowed to, like, I guess we're... Seigi no tameni. or justice. We're just determining who gets to go to the tower. Only one person allowed. お前も死の塔へ行くつもりだな。だが俺もこの地に光を戻すため負けるわけにはいかないんだ。So you're headed to the Tower of Death as well? Very well. For the sake of bringing back light to this land, I won't lose. Well, we'll see about that. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, iframes on that shit. I was a little too scared to try to do the tackle. Like, the tackle tick grab setup thing, it seems to be a little bit spacing dependent. Like, well, I will keep fighting until I erase the darkness. This guy's all about justice and light, and no darkness allowed. Yeah, it seems like you can kind of loop it at least. Let's chip him, yeah. Well, let's see, we've only tried that strat on these two characters who are like kind of the same. So there's no guarantee it'll work on anybody else. I mean, I don't even know how reliable it is on these guys, so. It's more reliable than anything else I've got, though, so I'll take it. Nope. See, didn't quite reach him. There we go. Nice. Man, I wonder if you could actually do the tackle and then do the muscle buster. Because, like, if the regular grab does a good 20-25% damage, surely the command grab is more powerful. But obviously, you know, you're still... I mean, it's a HCF, so, like, it should be an option select, right? If you fuck it up, you should still be able to get the regular grab. Well, obviously, I don't know the timing, though, so... It's not... Maybe I don't have a reason to mix up my currently most successful strat. お前ならやれるはずだ。あ、頼んだぞ。光を戻してくれ。So I believe you can do it. Please. Return the light. Alright, weapon, American Sack. Beans, pretty good character. Jigoku no Bannin. Guardian of Hell. Yeah, this is like the entrance. Like, again, visually, like, a lot of the levels have, like, the same sort of vibe to them and the same color scheme and everything. But it's pretty cool. Like, you're in the arena and then you're kind of... This is the entrance to the tower and all that shit. Quick opinions on Isla and K-Dash. I mean, I think Isla looks okay. She's... nothing about her gameplay trailer that I saw. I haven't seen much, like, actual gameplay, but nothing about the trailer I saw... influenced my opinion on the character that strongly one way or the other. I still think she looks visually okay, but I didn't expect her to play like just from the fact that she's got the Chounai floating hands gave me the impression that she would not be a character I would be interested in playing, and seeing her in action hasn't changed that. I think, like, basically I feel like I like her better than Chounai because she's got a more interesting personality to her. She's got a more interesting personality to her like move set and animations and fighting style. So like I think I have a more favorable impression of her compared to a lot of the 14 newcomers, but I'm not really interested in playing her. K-Dash looks like K-Dash. I like that he's got this like command normal that he like. I know he's had at some point because I recognize the animation, but he didn't have it in 13 or 14. This like lunging forward kick that he can use in combos. Or it's like a side kick, I guess, not a forward kick. But I still think his KOF 14 costume kind of sucks. He looks better than in 14 because everyone does, but I wish he had his old costume because it looks better for sure. She plays like Nelson. Yeah, I haven't looked up like I haven't had time to look at any gameplay footage, and I haven't looked up her move list or anything. Just from her like weird command, like air dash and double jumps and weird tricky stuff. Like she just she seems like an interesting character. And I think that's true for a lot of the 14 newcomers. Like a lot of them had, not all of them, but some of them had some interesting stuff going for them mechanically, and she seemed to as well. So I think she seems like a fleshed out character who appears to be received very well by a lot of fans. So yeah, no complaints, but I'm not excited to play her. But it's not a matter of seeing gameplay and then losing interest in playing her because I wasn't really interested in the first place. Or I didn't expect her to win me over with her gameplay. So like she's fine, I guess. Anyway. Hihihi, sokomade da ze. Stop right there. 王に近づく奴は万人である。この俺が許さねえ。そこをどくの邪魔だ。Alright. He's the guardian, he's not gonna let anyone past. And we're like, whatever, dude. Oh, okay. See, that was the opposite select, because I actually thought for a second that I tried to do the half circle input for the Muscle Buster. Or whatever it was called. Buffalo Buster? Command grab. Yeah, let's call it the Muscle Buster. But I feel like I need a practice mode to figure it out. But it's, yeah, because like that, the flying lariat is like a quarter circle forward, and the command grab is like half circle forward, and the same button. It's like a very strange overlap. Like when you have this few moves, it seems like a strange choice to have them overlap that way. Oh, there we go. Got it. Sick. Because I was curious about that, like, because the regular grab puts you pretty far away, but it turns out that spacing is ideal for just doing another tackle. But it seems like the Muscle Buster actually puts you closer, but that might have been a corner type thing. Thinking about them beans. Yeah, it's see, like he's got a little bit more to his character design. I don't think he's like super cool or anything, but there's a little bit more flavor to that character than any of the player characters. Oh, らっきょうな両者だけ切ることができるのだ。お前はいつまで生きてられるかな。奴はここか。Well, in the tower, only the strongest survive. Yeah, classic Dolph. Weapon, knife, bazooka. Alright, well, we'll see how that goes. Libya, not a overrepresented. What was that called? The steel demon or something? First floor. We got a little stage intro and shit. This game is like pretty fucking sick, actually. Oh yeah, the dialogue. Yeah, so it's like only the strong survive. We'll see how long you make it. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. So, you defeated the Guardian, huh? 貴様、何が目的でこの塔へ来た? Why did you come to this tower? ある男を探している. I'm looking for a man. Oh shit, you got the bazooka anti-airs? I like that it uses his bazooka for long-range normals. I mean, I assume he can still fire it, but... Oh shit, the fucking triangle jump. He's got the anti-tackle strats. Oh shit, I tried to do the command. Alright, okay. we might need to adapt our strategies. Yeah, the art isn't bad, but it's I would say the environments and like, well, the characters. 残念だが、細川氏の前にお前はここで死んでもらおう。Sorry about this, but you won't be finding who you're looking for, because you'll be dead right here. Shit, it's rough. He likes to jump, though. Maybe I could just wait for him to jump. My reactions are... Ah! See? Whoa, okay. I just preemptively... Oh, shit! I'm fucked up my QCF. Oh, shit. I'm just literally doing that move over and over, but he seems to be jumping into it. Yeah, like, the character sprites, I would say, is probably the weakest aspect of the graphics. Because the environments look cool, and the presentation, like the UI stuff, like, oh, that is nice. The portraits look great. Like, not to say that the character sprites are bad, but I would say they're, like, average, kind of. Oh, shit. Like, I was hoping I wouldn't get joggled there, at least. Oh, nice. If I can jump bait. Oh, shit! He got pushed back so far. Nice. We got him. Like, the recoil from his bazooka pushed him back to, like, change the spacing. See that? Oh, okay, so in the replay, the vertical, like, the screen doesn't scroll vertically for some reason. The characters, like, slide around up and down, which is really weird. Just look at the... Do that trade. Or not even a trade, that situation, rather. Yeah, we got the Tekken 7 slow-mo. Yeah, the sprites have a very weird look to them, and like, you know, Dolph is probably meant to be a weirdo, but then you have, like, Vortz being very strangely off balance. Like I don't know, maybe, I guess it's like different artists doing the sprites, but like they don't really seem to fit together super cohesively. Big Bang Blitz, what's up? Different levels of power for the special. So is that something that's like in the game but weirdly hidden, or is it like a code thing that's like disabled, or? Anyway. Evil, darkness, refining them, blah, blah, blah. They. Weapon, iron shoes. Alright, we got a bootleg Kyokusanagi, although this is, of course, before KOF. Chapter 2. Something, I didn't have time to read that, but... This is a pretty cool stage. So now we're getting places. Like, now we're getting to some actual locations inside the tower here. お前は偉大なる格闘神様に仕えるたちを倒してきました。私も神を守る者、お前を許しません。Alright, so like you're here to defeat the god of combat, but I'm here to protect the god, whatever. I cannot forgive such indiscretion. Whoa! How did that projectile come out after I hit the tackle? I didn't mean to jump. D-pad. Oh! Yo, okay, I don't know how my jumping heavy kick hit there. I guess it's a good thing we got a replay. Ah, we don't get a replay. All right, okay, too bad. gonna say this should work all right in the corner. Nice. Okay. Sick. Yeah, pretty good track. What's up, Spiritual Chief? Why don't games have sick cover art? If only I knew the answer to that. Kami-samaを守る私が. Alright. I lost the protector of the gods. Hakuto Kami-sama, どうかお許しください. God of combat, please forgive me. こんなにも人を惑わすとは邪道をするべきやつ. Alright, like, yeah. Jado. Jado can like make someone, like, turn someone into this. What a truly horrible person. Oh shit. Gadget. Weapon, great power. Alright. Chapter 3. The Destructor or something. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling we'd have another head swap. Oh, that's pretty cool. We get like a nice view here from the halfway point of the tower. Very strong Southern Cross vibes, like Shin's throne room in Fist of the North Star. 人を探しにこの塔へ来たバカなやつとはお前のことか? So are you the fool I've been hearing about who's come to this tower to find someone? ... Okay. Oh, jumping out of my grab attempts, are we? Oh, at least he's big enough for my normals to hit him. I like that his mask is bleeding. Oh, that went pretty well. Oh shit. The wind pose. Stoic. Well, it seems like I no longer need to search. Whoops, I didn't press a button there for some reason. Oh, I tried to walk on her. That was foolish. Oh, maybe Gadget is who we're looking for. Guess he's our long-lost brother. Should find out after this match. Shit. Oh shit, the anti-air actually connected. Oh, got him! Didn't actually kill him, but I was still sick. A little extra bounce, so it's like, yeah, I'll chip him out now. This is normal difficulty, yes. He's like looking at him all sad. Is this like a different wind pose for this character specifically? Yeah. 分かっていたか、すまん、兄さん. So you knew. Forgive me, big brother. やっと会えることができたが、俺はもうダメだ。力が尽きる。Well, I finally got to meet you, but it's too late for me. Power is fading. Gadget. もういい。何も言うな。It's fine. Don't speak. Alright, okay, I guess we just killed our brother. That's fine. Next stage. Shiro. Weapon, ninja sword. Alright, okay. Chapter 4. The assassin of something. That's a pretty alright sprite. Gadget. やつがお前の弟だったの。ふざけよって。It's like, oh, so Gadget was your younger brother. お前も私の剣のサビにしてくれる。やめとけ。今の俺は気が当たっているな。Alright, okay. Anyway. We were Gadget's brother. And, now we should also taste his sword. Pretty cool. Like, sword animations, actually. Whoa, I didn't mean to jump that way. Kind of weird that I didn't take more damage than this, but... Got the anti-airs unlocked. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was an attack or his blocking frames, but that was just a block. Unsurprisingly, he's got pretty fucking sick normals. But we've got throws. For a generic B-grade fighting game ninja character, he looks pretty alright. Looks pretty cool, actually. Trying to do a muscle buster. Nice, okay. That should be. Oh no, okay. He survived. Ah, fucking knew it. He laughs like fucking. What's that laugh? It's like an NES game. Am I thinking of Zelda? I think so. Yeah, Zelda 2. Alright, let's see. Nice. Oh, not a bad trade. Nice. Got the anti-air unlock. Shredder from Turtles in Time. I mean, yeah, it's probably several laughs that aren't too dissimilar. Getting a laugh, which is from Punch-Out. I mean, there is, it's Soda Popinski, right, who laughs? I forget. I don't know if, maybe it is the same sound. I guess I'm not an expert. 生きようとは思わぬ。勝負に生きるもの、それが掟だ。Alright. Something, something, surviving the battles. Everyone seems to not have a lot of faith in us, but... Alright, we're fighting K's from Germany with his weapon arm. Yeah, something about the arms of steel. Well, quite literally. Chiro, Lei, subite omae ni taosareta. Jiro and Rei, they were all defeated by you. Omae dake wa watashi ga kanarazu koroshite yaru. I'll definitely kill you. So we should have leveled up by this point. Okay, let's see if we get out of block stun at any point. I'm trying to get fucking anything to come out here. Oh, yeah, that's a different special, for sure. Oh, yeah, maybe we did... Oh, no, never mind. Because I was going to say, I wasn't sure if we had, like, flames on the lariat from the beginning. But the tackle definitely didn't have the speed lines in the previous match, I don't think. It's a cool stage, but it feels weird. Like, I wouldn't expect this, the fucking lava smelting pit, to be at, like, the top of the tower. But I mean, I'm no architect, or an engineer for that matter. Or a post-apocalyptic lava smelter. Oh, that's a pretty good projectile. This move is like, it's like moving too far horizontally now. Like, it doesn't hit as good. Heavy punch is so slow. That does like 0 chip at least. Can I punish with the throw? No, he bounces off. Could have just kicked him. No, too close. Not a good angle for the anti-air kick. I mean, we've taken a loss at this point. It's not like we're... Actually, we've only had the one loss, I think. そうだ。違うのだ。 Like, yeah, that's right. Get up. I won't let you die just yet. Still only hits twice, but... Well, only, I mean, that's pretty good, but... Hasn't, like, increased its number of hits or anything. Nice, okay. I wasn't really intending to do a standing heavy kick, but it worked. The intense music here. I mean, we're getting pretty close to the end, I think. Keys ga. I guess his name is Keith? 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 I don't know. Finally, the time has come. Yeah, the god of combat awaits us. Yeah, Jado. Weapon, fight, aura. Final chapter. Is that the Emperor Shukme something? Alright, this is a pretty good boss stage. The time for the final battle has arrived. It's like, you're here to fight me? It appears you wish to die. Very well. I shall grant your wish. I just remember him being extremely cheap. Yeah, I guess this is Mr. Tough Enough himself. Oh, he's also got the fucking Dolph triangle jumps. Oh, that's very smart. I'm not sure if... I don't know. He hit me with something that seemed like it would have chipped me out. But same thing with Keys. Like, I don't know, do I not take chip damage? That seems unlikely. Like, that's right, come at me. You won't come at me? I'll just come to you. Well, yeah, like I said, I remembered him being pretty cheap. See, the tackle move kind of fucking sucks when it actually hits. when they block it, like, you can follow it up, but when if you hit them, they just kind of bounce out of it, and he can definitely punish you. Something, something, I can't even read the kanji. Ariyatsu. Alright, he basically, me and Vorts and Gadget, both brothers, they both suck. Yeah, we weren't tough enough. Yeah, dude, the fucking... Yeah, I guess it's not even a triangle jump. It's like just an instant dive kick. Oh boy. The dialogue is cool, but I don't know if I need to read it again. Oh, that's interesting. See, this actually hits him like standing. Oh, fuck. Oh, I was trying to do the anti-air again. It would have, well, could have worked, I should say. But maybe not against a jump kick like that, but it actually works pretty well at going through his projectile. I don't often get too punished for it. See, like, yeah, he tries his anti-air afterwards. Yeah, that seems to be the strat. Oh, fucking hell. I was trying to do the uppercut. Yeah, but I noticed that before, like, after I get hit, because you're, like, super minus on hit when you hit the anti-air, he tries to punish with his anti-air move, which will whiff. At least if I space my move correctly. So probably the throw is the best move to do after that. I guess it's a little dicey to walk up to him after that move. I don't know. Yeah, that works, I guess. Oh, wow. Oh, yo, the meaty hit. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, a game like this is going to be all about manipulating AI in one way or another. Oh, he's adapting. Oh, that was bad. Got him. You win. Oh yeah, right, the replay. I was like, oh, what's the climactic ending? Like, oh no, I gotta see this first. Yeah, やられたものに神の名はいらぬ。音が私の。Oh, it's this thing, Hakaba? Yeah, this tower shall become my grave. すべてが終わった。It's all over. Tough battle. Nisan, omae wa. Brother, you. Sick. 戦いからどのくらい経ったのだろう。私にはお前が生きていたのだ。まだ信じられない。I was like, the battle was so long ago, I couldn't believe you're still alive. Alright, anyway, they're just gonna raise and train kids for a brighter tomorrow. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna teach the kids be justice wrestlers. Normal level, clear, おめでとう。しかし、真の戦士ならば、ハードレベルで最強の敵に挑戦してほしい。That's pretty cool. Yeah, so congratulations on clearing normal level. However, true warriors will challenge the strongest opponent in the hard level. So someone mentioned in chat, like, are you playing on normal mode? So I assume whoever asked that knows something or else about this game. So are there, like, what's different than in, is there like a true last boss in hard mode? Is there an end here somewhere? I'm just filling empty there. Stage all. I wonder if the score reset or how that worked, but yeah, I wouldn't expect like a wholly different character. Maybe there's an extended ending or something. I feel like I would assume that even on a higher difficulty, like there would still be similar AI kind of exploits, if I had to guess. Anyway, this was fun. I enjoyed this. This is a charming game. Like, it's not a fantastic fighting game, but it's got a great atmosphere and pretty nice art. Like, the whole story thing is like pretty. I mean, fucking, this game has a better story mode than Tekken 7. I'll tell you that much. Won't be this easy on hard. I mean, I'm not saying it would be. There wouldn't be any difference. I guess the point is more that, like, it's not really about like learning to get better at the game. It's more about the AI kind of exploits, I guess. But I mean, that's pure speculation anyway. That was fun. Let me set up a new raffle for the next game before I update the spreadsheet here to get this sorted. So give me a sec here. And raffle is set up. Goaty's got this one on lock, apparently. I would perhaps argue that Goaty's got a somewhat questionable track record for his supposedly flawless rigging, but I mean, it's up to you to prove it, Goaty. You got what it takes. Where's my spreadsheet? There we go. Anyway, yeah, thank you very much for this pick. I greatly enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. And today is 2021, October 1st. Right, crazy. Like, you get an elaborate story with character-specific dialogue and a unique character ending. Drama and secrets unraveling throughout the game. Like, this game is pretty fucking sick. I love the ranks. Like, weakling, commoner, trainee. Like, every place on the high score table doesn't have a number. It just has, like, a rank. Yeah, Jellicoe, like, I feel like everyone who has an opinion on Jellicoe, if you can call it that, like anyone who would reference Jellicoe in anything, I feel like they only ever bring up Jellicoe to make fun of it being a bad company or whatever. And I feel like it's only informed by a shitty Jellicoe localization or something. I don't know, because I don't know, their games are pretty sick as far as I'm concerned. I mean, it's kind of B tier for sure. They're not like a Capcom or a Namco or a Sega or whatever, but they've done some pretty solid shit. It's got dank, but not jank. Yeah, I mean, the localizations are awful, like, because it's not just poor translations or missing content, it's just, like, absurd creative choices. I mean, there's also, like, the Firemen, where it's, like, there's a dialogue in the game where the characters are, like, they're breaking the fourth wall to talk shit about Jellicoe games. It's like the localizers were like taking the piss about like these weird Japanese games. It's like they were embarrassed to work on them, and it's like, wow, what a fucking loser you are for playing this piece of shit. What the fuck's wrong with you? Like, not verbatim, but like that's kind of the vibe you're getting. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, not just is it like incredibly rude and insulting, but it's also like stupid. It's not even clever. Like, it pisses me off. It's really fucking dumb. Anyway, last call for entering the raffle. We'll allow for a little bit of Twitch delay, so type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. And we'll make a pick here very shortly and see where that takes us. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm like super knowledgeable, but I mean, I do have that one Jellicoe collection cartridge for the Super Nintendo. It has like it has two of the Rushing Beat games on it, Ron and Shura, which I don't think either is like a super great beat 'em up, but they both have cool stuff in them for sure. I mean, Shura, for like especially, has got like amazing art and like this pretty elaborate story stuff. And there's Ikari no Yosai, I forget what it's called, Operation Logic Bomb, which is yeah, it's like a cool game. And firefighting, I guess. I always get them mixed up. The Firemen is the human game, right? And firefighting is the Jellicoe firefighting game. Definitely a cool game. Anyway, guys, let's do it. Let's see if Goaty's rigging skills were sufficient this time. Boom. They were. Incredible. I would never have thought. Shura is the third one, yes. Brawl Brothers is the second one, right? And Peacekeepers is the third one, I think. I know what to do. Well, I have a sneaking suspicion, but it's you're gonna have to give the order, Goaty. Whatever Ranma game is left. Let's see here, because there is yeah, we played Bakuretsu Rantohen, and now we got Chounai Gekitou. So there's like a third one, which I don't own, so obviously that's not... oh yeah, the raffle's no longer open. Sorry about that. Let me hide this. So, wait, that's not going to be here. What am I doing? Let me do a little digging here. Bakuretsu Rantou Hen. That's the one we did already play. So Chounai Gekitou Hen. Okay, yeah, there we go. So the last Ranma game we played was I mean, it wasn't great, but it was not this. I should probably get my Q-tips. Well, whatever. We'll hopefully we'll get it to work. I mean, it's published by Lord Messiah, so it's got that going for it. So I believe this is the first of the games. And yes, this is the one that was localized in North America as Street Combat. I always get them mixed up, because we played Bakuretsu Rantou Hen, which was localized as Ranma 1/2 Hard Battle. It's like they're both dank as hell, but to different degrees and for different reasons. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the controls are like, neither of them is like a real, like, neither of them play or control like Street Fighter, but they're kind of different in different ways. I think both of them have like 2 attack buttons. Yeah, Chogi Rambuhen is the third one, which I do not have. Well, I mean, it's not a matter of the jank one, because they are varying degrees. Let's see. Super, okay. So limited credits, I guess. Well, let's put it to 5. Yeah, you got punch, kick, jump, special. Jump on X, okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, Knuckleheads has a jump button. That's pretty sick. I mean, it's weird as hell. Definitely, I think, arguably both dank and jank. Audio low. Crank it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, okay, we just start. Okay. Oh, no, okay, never mind. This was... I was gonna say, this is the character select. No, okay, I guess we get to pick between boy Ranma and girl Ranma. The art's nice, as you would expect. In-game look. Hamae. Hajime. Oh, okay. As an overhead or unblockable. Special. Okay. Like... No, okay, you block on L and R. The game didn't tell me. I feel like this is like, yeah, a little bit smoother than the other game, but still super weird. It's funny you say it better than PC Engine, because it kind of has like weirdly PC Engine vibes to it. And like the frame data seems incredibly whack. Not that you would necessarily expect it to be good, but oh, okay, I took damage like 1 second after I landed. Attayo. Yeah, like there's definitely some production value to it. Like the art's not bad. Like it runs at 60 FPS. It's not like extreme widescreen like some Super Nintendo fighting game, but I mean it's a little questionable. Or jump special? No. Yeah, anyone who's like asking me questions in chat, like I can assure you I will not be able to answer them. I don't know jack shit about this game. I also don't know anything about Ranma, so... I can mash punch to do that. Did I win? Yep, okay, he just had to fall over twice Injustice style. Yeah, that's the thing, like, it's moving smooth, but frame data and hit detection, and not just that, but also, like, what happens when you... See, like, I bounce off of him when I hit him with the jump kick, except for the times that when I don't. If I jump backwards, I can't attack. I don't know how you throw, by the way, but... Also matches... Okay, punch, I guess. Yeah, when you get up from having been thrown, that's when you take the damage. That's cool. Like, moves just randomly knocked down. Okay, we won. We can still move around. Yeah, he has to fall over twice. There we go. Oof. It's font. Okay. Very hard to read. Oh, okay, we get to change. Okay, well, let's try the other Ranma. Oh. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that, like the walk cycle. Knocked down for like 5 seconds. No, Ranma was definitely not on TV here. Like, it's possible that there were, like... there weren't, like, really anime on TV here until, like, Sailor Moon in the mid-90s. But there were VHS releases of a bunch of shows in the 80s. And some of those may, at some point, to some degree, have been on TV. But that would have been, like, I would not have been around for that. And I'm not sure how that would have aired, but I'm pretty sure that was all more or less only VHS stuff. Because there was stuff like Starzinger and Cyborg 009, of course. There was a Swedish version of Fist of the North Star where they cut out, like, all of the action scenes and they did, like, 8 episodes or something. I never watched that, but I know of it. I didn't know of it at the time, but there's like, oh yeah, timer. Thanks. It's not that important, but if I have it on screen, I might as well use it. There's what's the series called? Kimagure Orange Road or whatever. There was like, just like kind of random stuff or whatever. But it wasn't like it was like a kind of a niche thing, I guess. Robotech is definitely around. To my knowledge, there was never a Swedish version of Ranma, though. But then, like, it wasn't like major shows or anything, really. Like, it wasn't like there was a version of... Is there a double jump? Yeah, there is, okay. Of like major shows or whatever. I mean, some of the ones that did come out happened to also be big shows, but it's not like what was available were the big name shows. Sweet hat. Well, thank you. I don't know that I realized that big of a difference between. Oh, okay, bonus stage. Kicking Yoda ass hitbox. Oh, okay, so if I neutral press and forward press, it's like different normals. Okay. Yeah, there were Well, there were some manga stuff coming out, like in like in the 80s too. There were some like kind of anthology comic magazines that published some stuff, like very sporadically, but a few things here and there. And there's another magazine that I really liked that they had a lot of like kind of adult comics, not like pornographic adult, but like not kid oriented. Like they published Preacher, for example, in Sweden. Magnum Comics, I think it was called, and they published at least a tiny little bit of Akira. That would have been in like the mid to late 90s. But as far as like manga being published in book form, I think Dragon Ball was like the big first one, and that started in also like 96 or something. Oh, getting my buttons confused here. It's not very easy to deal with this dude's normals. Yeah, but the thing is too, like again, with a lot of like manga and anime stuff, as far as like getting Western localizations, like it's gonna be so. Like a lot of stuff is like super popular in non-English speaking markets, like Italy and France and Spanish speaking markets have like different stuff that's like very popular, and of course, like famously, there's a couple of Dragon Ball games that came out in PAL, like in French only. But not in English and stuff like that. So it's kind of tricky, but at the same time, like I think it's also a matter of just that's our first continue. If it's a quality enough game, you could still probably sell it without relying on the license. Yes, no. Okay, yeah. Lamazar, what's up? What is up? Yeah, Sailor Moon stuff, that makes sense. But yeah, I guess it's... Okay, that's down back kick. Do this rolling elbow. Yeah, it seems pretty decent. Yeah, of course this game has like no combos. It also moves... I don't know if it's on counter hit or what, but sometimes this just knocks down. That worked better in the corner, but I can kind of push him there. Shit. Shouldn't have mixed it up. Yeah, this is like my fastest, safest way of traveling forward anyway, so... Nothing does any damage, like... Like, when you don't have combos, it's kind of weird. When damage is super low. The double dragon elbow. I mean, not quite. The damage isn't quite double dragon elbow levels, but... Like, there's a lot of really good poses in, like, the hit animations and stuff. Like, there's a lot to like about the art. I feel like, it's not a great fighting game by any stretch. But if I was a fan of the source material, I'm sure there would be plenty of stuff to enjoy and appreciate. But I want to say, like, as I remembered, I think... Well, it's confusing because this was 1992. So this has to, I think, have been the first game, right? Like, there's no way they would have time to have put out a second game by 1992. But I think the other one is, like, better in some ways, but also stranger in other ways. Like, that screen is, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff like that. Like, the artwork itself for the portraits looks excellent. But, like, yeah, the UI stuff, the presentation of, like, before and after matches and stuff, like, that seems, like, very bland. I keep forgetting there's a block button. Alright, we got... I was gonna say Gekitou is in this game. I don't know why. I don't think it looks like him, but... Never mind, this is Gekitou. Why not? Am I dead? Yeah, I'm dead. PC Engine game is a beat 'em up? That's interesting. I should check that out. We'll see if, you know, I'll try to beat this game best I can, but we do have limited credits, so we'll see how that goes. Shit. Yeah, I wanted to see if the elbow strat worked against this guy, but it... Oh, fuck, he keeps throwing me. The walk speed is, like, kind of bad, too. Oh, fucking hell. I was trying to do, like, the rapid punch or something, but, like, if I'm, like, on the ground near him, I just get thrown. I'm dead? Yep. Of course. It's a good win pose, though. Well, I guess we'll try the other Ranma and see if makes any difference. Also, I guess I should see if there's like cheat codes or something. I guess I don't know if they would be... Oh, hang on. I'm just gonna look this up real quick. No idea if they would be the same in the two... Yeah, okay, so in the American version, I guess, there is a cheat code for 50 extra credits, but it doesn't help us now. There does seem to be a cheat codes for the ending, which may or may not work in the Japanese version. Okay, no, there's cheat codes for the Japan version. There's also hidden characters, colon, and happy. I guess it's only in the versus mode, yeah. Okay, there's a cheat to pick other characters, too. Maybe we'll try that. I like that his normal takes like 2 hours to come out. I don't know if there's like other specials, but... what about Double Dragon? That game's sick. I'm not sure what the question is. Like as far as the list goes, it's generally just games from my collection, but there happens to be a couple of like emulated games that are kind of a leftover from when I first put this list together. So if it's on there, okay, that's a pretty good animation. We'll you know, if it's on there, it's on there, but I'm not looking for suggestions for games to add. The games I'm going to play are determined by chat, so it's not up to me what we're going to play. This move seems to work. I guess it has a lot of active frames. Well, it's got a lot of startup frames too, it turns out. I wonder if Boy Ranma has more HP or something. Probably not, but... What the fuck? It's like raining crabs and shit. I gotta be really careful, like, not to press forward, because if I hold forward while I press a button, I do, like, this shitty normal that takes 2 years to come out. And the light jabs, like, seem to knock down anyway, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. I keep forgetting I have to block with a button. Nice, it's, like, mirrored. It's not a vote, there's a raffle. Every time we're done with the game, we do a raffle, and the winner of the raffle gets to pick the next game. How did I win a round before? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, I just don't know what I did differently, because I feel like I just did this. Okay, that seems like it was unblockable. Giant normals and grenades and shit. I was like, I felt like I kind of had it almost, and now we're screwed. Oh, goddamn. This game, man. I think the other game was definitely better. Guess we should get a different game over screen at least. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Because I think it was like hold L and R. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if this is gonna help us at all, but let's try this another character just in case we don't get to see anymore. Like, if this is as far as we get, at least this way we get to see the other characters. Alright, nice poke. Lobsters. Okay, explosion noise though. Okay, well, yeah, this seems to work out. Oh my god! I assume the ending is not going to change based on who we're playing, but like a cheat code thing. But we're still, well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe we'll beat the game with shampoo, but assuming we're not, well, we're going to try to use the cheat code to see the ending, just to see if it works. I mean, may as well, right? Probably not going to come back to play this game anytime soon. I didn't see him throw the lobster, but I saw it was like, he did something in midair. I was like, oh, I'll just block. Indeed, there was a lobster. It doesn't deal any chip damage. Oh, lobster. Yeah, should've known. Lobster. Fuck. Yes, okay, we got him. Whew. Black screen, okay. Wait. No dashing. I couldn't quite read. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hit the thing. Yeah, exactly. I just saw like Nage something, like I wasn't sure if I was supposed to throw them or no, like I'm supposed to hit whatever he's throwing. Well, okay, so that's one of the hidden characters apparently. Oh. Well, shampoo seemed pretty good, so I guess, well, let's find out if there's like a... No, I can't pick her. Okay, I was gonna say, like, is there a different alternate color palette? Let's try this dude. So yeah, no mirror matches. Yoga. Pretty cool stage. Hit fucking half screen backwards. 8-year startup projectile. No chip damage, but there's also no timer in this game, I just realized. Oh, this is Goaty? I don't know about that. Like, there's like no animation for the projectile hitting or dissipating. It just literally just disappears instantly. The headband umbrella gimmick, which lasted 1 chapter. Alright, I mean, like I said, I don't know anything about Ranma, but I appreciate the lore drops in chat. You know, I always appreciate it when streams are educational. If I can educate chat, or if chat can educate me, then it's a win. Dead or Alive stage? Yeah, kind of, I can see that. Oh shit, that's a pretty good normal. Yep, we won, okay. Oh, that's pretty good normals. Oh, now I can't pick this character, shit. Well, let's go back to Shampoo, I guess. Actually, I wonder what happens if you lose as one of these characters. Because when you pick either Ranma, the game over screen shows like that character like knocked out. But maybe the versus mode also has those screens, so maybe it'll just reuse that. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you get different normals for back and kick also. Very long startup and kind of weird, like, negative range. It's all about the moves that come out quickly. Oh shit, I'm almost dead. Fuck. All the big staff poke things seemed alright. Last opponent? Might be. It might be. There might be a boss. There were 2 hidden characters. I'm not sure if they were the 2 bonus stages or if those were both the same character. Okay, I don't know what hit me there, but... Well, Colon is one of them. I forget who the other hidden character was. Happy, apparently. It's pretty quick, actually. It's like 8 years of recovery, but if you hit him with it, doesn't really matter. Oh, okay. Fucking double knockdowns. So silly. Okay, let's see if we can do this. The fights are so long and slow that it's just too tedious to do them again. Special seems to do okay damage. It's my best choice. Like, that's the thing, when you have, like, no combos and super low damage on everything, and especially everything knocks down, just, like, killing the pace. Poorly timed. There we go. Nice. But yeah, I guess you always get to pick characters between every match too, which is kind of funky, but makes a little more sense. I won. The next day. Dude, the art looks fucking incredible though. The music's pretty good. Alright, we got the ending. We're traveling to China, I guess. No, wait, what? Chugokujin Yoko something something. Of course, it's all a joke. I don't know. the cast. I mean, I guess this is a like voice cast from the anime or something. There's not a lot of voices in the game. This ending theme is sick though. He wins a dude called Trip to China. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, because there was like, it said like Chugoku Ryoko, something like, yeah, like China trip, something. But then there was like this little tiny kanji in between. So it's like Chinese guy travel something something. But and I guess he was all and the end. Is this game better than Hokuto no Ken 6? I'd say so. The artwork alone, like with the cool ending and stuff. It's probably definitely better than Hokuto no Ken 7, which is like even more absurdly cursed. Anyway, we played this for a little more than 23 minutes because we didn't start the timer immediately, but I mean, yep, that's pretty much it. So the other characters, well, actually, yeah, because it's only in versus mode, and I don't think there's a versus computer mode. Yeah, well, actually, it says Tyson play. Yeah, okay. Because there's I just start this. Okay, I guess I didn't need another controller. Okay, let me just check real quick. Okay, yeah. LNR plus A. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Blue Ranma, red Ranma. Genma, Kodachi no Kocho, shampoo, yoga, happy, colon. Yeah, so. Do, human, or computer. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Wait, what? Oh, that was confusing. Level, move, speed. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like this for the two. Good hitbox. All right, okay, that's fiend. That's neat. We'll listen to the music, I guess. So, okay, thank you very much for that pick, Goaty. So, no, yeah, the thing that was confused wasn't that it didn't let me start. It's that it changed. I guess that makes sense, because I was on, like, it flipped from human to computer. But you're probably right, it's because I put the same character. But that doesn't make sense. It would still... Oh, I don't know, that's weird. So, give me a second here. I totally missed this in chat, but I just wanted to double check that Goaty did indeed request a drawing for this game, which you did. I didn't see it, so I was confused about the fact that you seem to not have done so, but you made good on your threat. No need to worry there. Give me a second here, and I shall arrange a new raffle to pick the third game of the evening. It appears to be ready to go. I'll do the fucking backlog thing. I haven't updated that in a while. Although, I mean, I guess it's mostly for games that have been sitting around forever anyway. But there might actually be games on there that I have played. I should take a look at that. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Raffle is up anyway. Yep, you guys are being entered. It's looking correct. Let me go to the spreadsheet and update. Yep. No longer marked as new because we've already played it. Today's still 21/10/01. Here we go. The first game we played was Dead Dance. Benevolent goat man, Goaty, is allowing for others to win a raffle. Although, yeah, well, We'll see. I was gonna say you did type the word raffle, so you're still entered. There's no like cooldown rule because I can't be. I mean, I can manually I can mark people as ineligible, but whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, I mean, if you, yeah, I can re-roll at the click of a button if someone feels it's unfair or whatever. Let's see. Of course, everyone's typing raffle, so like I'm getting a little lost in chat here. That's fine. Anyway, yeah, this game is pretty jank, but I had a good time. Actually, there was no sound test, were there? Was there? Let me just check real quick. Oh, there is. Okay. There's just like 3 seconds of silence at the beginning of the track. I don't remember what it was, but I'm like trying to find the credits theme because it was pretty sick. I think it's this one? No, I don't think so. Whatever, fuck it. That's the music we just heard. I thought the credits music would be like last, but whatever. Yeah, like this game has some worth to it. Like I wouldn't buy it or play it over Street Fighter 2, but you know, if I was a hardcore Ranma fan, it's got some shit to it for sure. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's see who wins the next pick. Boom. NPCJU. Wow. I'm not sure how you read that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. You won the raffle, so you get to pick the next game. And if you don't know what's available or what to pick, you just check out this old spreadsheet right here, and you look at the list until you find something that you want me to play, and we're gonna play it. It's as simple as that. These are all the jingles, I guess. They were like 2 seconds long. Even the music too, like nothing super remarkable, but not bad at all. Not bad. Treasure hunt for the jankiest games. I mean, you know, people take different approaches. Other people, you know, some people are excited to watch me play their favorite games. Some people are excited to watch me play my favorite games. Some people want to inflict the largest possible amount of psychic damage. Others see something on the list that make them go, "What the hell is even this thing? Let's make him play it so we can find out." And you know, they're all valid approaches as far as I'm concerned. I have a good time in these streams no matter what. So no complaints for me. You know, I've had people apologize for picking games that make me miserable, but I always say, you know, if I wasn't willing to play it, if I didn't want to play it, I wouldn't put it on the list. So, you know, the games are on there to be picked and to be played. Like I said, you know, the primary thing for this is to, with the exception of some of these ones I put on there early, like arcade games, like this is all stuff I own. So it's just the excuse to dig out these games that I wouldn't play otherwise. The color coding is just like based on which console it is. It's just a leftover from when I copy pasted from my game collection spreadsheet. There's only one correct pick, and it's DOA 5. Okay, DOA 5, last round it is. It's going to require a tiny little bit of setup, but I'm going to take that opportunity to go take a super quick bathroom break. So I'll be AFK for 5 minutes maybe, and when we return, we shall play some DOA 5. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit. All right, you know what? It's the return of Jamaican skeleton dance. Oh yeah, let's hide that. Let me fix my capture here. And this should be this. There we go. Oh yeah. So we don't have to patch or mess with this, but I think we're good. So, yeah, I haven't played this game in a while, and I haven't played it a lot. But yeah, I think this game was pretty alright. I was not thrilled with how some stuff had been handled in terms of characters and DLC and costumes and stuff, but it got better for sure. And then, of course, with 6, they completely messed that up. It's a weird warning in so many different ways, but that's just a depressing conversation that I'm not interested in having. I don't even remember playing the story mode, but I remember playing a bit of the story mode in 6, and that was confusing as shit. Checking the content. Alright, so... Dead or Alive's future is uncertain. I would say that Dead or Alive has a bright future in, like, free-to-play mobile swimsuit management games, because they put out new content for Venus Vacation like fucking every week. But in fighting games, who can say? So, I played this game a tiny little bit when it first came out, because they had the Core Fighters, the free version. You know, it was alright, whatever. I didn't really pay much attention to it, per se. So I guess, wait, so story... Yeah, story is like a weird thing. We want arcade mode, right? It's not like... Let me just... Let's make timeline. Yeah, have I even played this? I might have not even played the story mode at all. Let me just double check the controls here. Wait, extras. That's not what I wanted. I don't really know how to play, but that's fine. I'm assuming I would have... Well, yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. I would have set the controls to make sense for arcade stick. Okay, I guess this is all fine. Yeah, they support the game that brings them, I'm sure, a very steady and reliable income. And you can tell from how they approached monetization with DOA 6 that they weren't really sure what they were doing. And they tried some desperate things that they kind of walked back on in some cases, and because one of the last things they added was this thing. It was like a consumable one-time, you pay money to buy, what was it, hair dye or something? You can change the hair color, and it would last for a limited time, and then you had to buy it again. It was some weird shit like that, and people rightfully said what the fuck is this shit? And they were like, oh, we're sorry. And then a month later, it's oh yeah, by the way, we're no longer supporting this game. We're done. Bye. It was pretty shit. Yeah, DOS 6 didn't even last a full year. Which is very sad, because I think it was not a bad game at all, but everything around the game itself was didn't feel very inviting or, fun for fans of the game, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, they did things similar to 5, but also 5, I think, became more palatable with time because some of the stuff ended up being discounted and there was a large selection of interesting stuff. DOA 5 also started off with terrible, boring, dull costumes, and it wasn't until a few seasons later where they actually started doing these like guest costumes and other interesting costumes. But they also did this like, oh, here's a maid costume. You can buy this costume for one of 8 different characters. Or they do like a themed pack where everyone gets a costume, but it's literally 2 costume or 3 costume designs just like distributed among the entire cast. Super dull and boring. It's all like school uniforms, maids, bunny suits or whatever. Like it's not actually like specific costumes. And DOA 6 did the exact same thing, but I held out hope that's like, well, DOA 5's costumes sucked for the first year as well, but they got to the good stuff eventually. And DOA 6 just ended before they started doing anything fun or interesting. Anyway, for this game, there is throwdowns decline. I guess that's online challenge thing. Where obviously you don't want anyone to interrupt us here. Rookie. Okay, I guess I played through this like once. I probably did. I think there's like some tutorial and trial stuff that I probably messed with a little bit, but yeah, I didn't play this very much at all. Rookie, easy, normal, hard, champ, true fighter, master, legend. I mean, I guess we'll do normal, right? Normal course. Oh, that seems like pretty low. I'd bump it up a little bit. Yeah, so I guess that's Naotorai and Mai. Yeah, so I didn't buy any of those characters. But I think the other, like... because this is like the third... Because there was DOA 5, and then there was DOA 5 Plus, I think was the PS Vita version or whatever. And then there was DOA 5 Ultimate, I think. And then there was DOA 5 Last Round. Yeah, whatever, I don't really care. But there were a bunch of characters like Rachel... I guess Ain, Momiji, who were, and Raido, who were, they were DLC, but they were kind of baked into this version of the game. Yeah, she's like from the Sengoku Musou games or something, right? I think so. Anyway, there's literally only one choice here. Because, as I mentioned, I only played the free version a tiny bit when it first came out. And then I bought Last Round very late. And as I mentioned, as you saw, I haven't really played it much. But I was obligated to buy this game because I designed this costume. They held the designer's costume challenge, designers, whatever it was called, designer's challenge, 4 years in a row, I think. 3 or 4 years or something. And I entered a few times, and the last contest they held, I entered with this design, and I won. And it was pretty funny because they announced it at TGS that year, which happened to be on my birthday. So I was streaming for my birthday stream, and like someone in chat mentioned something about like, oh yeah, congrats on your costume. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh shit, they're streaming right now, and announced it. So yeah, that was a very good birthday present. So of course, like they put my costume in the game. What am I going to do? Not buy the game and the costume? Like, obviously. So actually, I dug out. You're getting a little free mini section of Jiggy's collection lore here. I got this as a prize. Let me just hop on over here real quick. This is a scale model of Kasumi. So they've released this kind of... let me actually open it up. It's pretty dinged up because it was actually, even in shipping, it got... took some bumps. It's actually quite similar to the Gundam kits. This is what it looks like. If you've been around the internet for as long as I have, you probably recognize this design because they released figures, multiple versions of this design. But this is like a 120 scale model kit. So yeah, when they announced, so because I was, so they picked a winner for each character in the game. Every character received one new costume based on a fan submitted design. But out of the however many characters, there were 10 who were like a judge's choice, something like that. I forget exactly what they called it, but I was one of those 10. And those who were part of that smaller list were like, "Oh, we're gonna send you a prize." And they didn't say what it was gonna be, so I was like, "Oh shit, maybe they're gonna send me some games or something." But they weren't quite that generous. I mean, they put my design in the game. I'm perfectly satisfied with that. I'm not disappointed or stingy, but I because I didn't know what to expect. So yeah, they sent me this, which I think, like, frankly, I don't think it's going to be that cool of a model kit. I don't think it's going to look that great, frankly. So I didn't really have that much interest in building it. It makes for a nice souvenir this way. Unfortunately, I don't have it on hand. I misplaced it. I'm sure I have it somewhere. But in addition to this, they also sent me a pin with just like a screenshot of Tina in the costume. And it was like, I mean, it's one of those, like, it's not like an enamel pin or like a metal pin, nothing fancy, just like literally one of those you can order like from a print service. It's just a printed image with, like, a plastic on top or whatever. But, it was a nice little gesture. Enable glasses. No, thank you. Yeah, so there's no, like, options. Like, they didn't include in the design. I like in some of the other designs, they would be like options for alternate parts or whatever, but they didn't make any. They didn't do any more job than they had to, I guess, for the fan submitted designs for like the Halloween costume things. So is it? Yeah, okay. All the cinematics are 30 FPS. I get all weirded out, but luckily the game actually runs at 60. I don't, like, know any moves or anything. We'll mash our way through, that's fine. Okay. I think she has a follow-up to that, doesn't she? But it doesn't say... I don't know how it works. There we go. I remember how to do the taunt. It's so weird to see like the half frame rate windpost stuff. So jarring. But anyway, yeah, I was. I mean, obviously, I like the costume. I designed it, but I've heard people say good things about it, which always makes me happy, of course. And someone at Team Ninja liked it too, so. That's all the validation I can ask for. What I think of the art direction in DOA 5? I don't have super strong opinions on it, really. I think the thing that bothered me about the look of DOA 5 didn't have much to do with the specifics of the rendering or the color palette or that kind of thing. It's much more about the character designs. Because I think the stages and stuff are pretty cool still, and you have I don't know, like, it still maintains a lot of the flavor of DOA to me, aside from the fact that a lot of the characters had kind of a boring look to them. It's kind of interesting. You have to fight the DLC characters you don't have, so I guess Mai is still in the game even if you can't fire. Okay. Alright, we got some Muso Buck Rock, I guess. Okay, we're getting destroyed. Yeah, I remember there was some They gave some commentary on when they announced the winners. But yeah, it was like 4 years ago, so I don't really remember it. But yeah, like, I think... okay. Got him with a figure 4. Oh, this is like her stage too, right? Because they did like DLC stages, I think. I mean, not that I would remember what anything is like in this stage, or in this game rather, but I don't really recognize the stage. I could be completely wrong. Guess I don't know why this would be her stage. Yeah, I mean, I always liked how this game played, and I mean, I think this game, 6 does too, but 5 and 6 both have, like, really good tutorial training modes. DOA 5 was definitely the first time that I felt like I ever was able to make sense of how the counter system works. I mean, not, I know how you counter, but, like, how the hit stun system works, basically. Like, the different states that allow you to counter out of them or not, and that kind of thing. Like, how to actually do combos. I mean, I don't remember any of it, but I remember the tutorial actually explaining it really well. Remember any of her moves, but that's fine. Oh, dude, we got the Shining Wizard. That's pretty sick. Oh yeah, I should, okay, yeah, she does have an air throw. Like a power bomb or something, right? There we go. That's pretty good. Pretty good win. I think Rig was alright, like, he, Alright, we got the 2006 quality DOA 5 voice clips. Or, VF5, rather. Man, I feel like the stages... I don't know, I guess the stages in 6 kind of sucked. I don't know if these are all super exciting, but it's like, oh, this looks kind of cool. And I don't remember seeing it, because I haven't seen this game in such a long time. Like, I watched a bunch of DOA 6 tournaments and stuff when it first came out. But I haven't seen this game. Like, I never followed this game competitively. So I don't really... I barely played it, and I don't remember watching it much. I mean, clearly this is not the most exciting stage, but it has, like, a theme to it, and a... You know, bright blue skies. Pretty cool stage. Right. Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, shit! Counter throw it out of her... Shit. Yeah, I mean, Rig was certainly not, like, the most original, like, dazzling visual spectacle of a character in terms of his, like, face and hair and whatnot. But he had, like, an appropriately flashy fighting style for DOA, I think. I like Rig. I mean, I think there's definitely an element of boringness to him, for sure. I don't know, it's about to say that I like him better than Diego, but I'm not even sure that's true. They're both kind of, eh. New title. Right, quick rematch, at least. But yeah, I forgot to... I was trying to say it before, but I got sidetracked. But I was really impressed when they when I first saw this costume in the game. Like, they like, I was, you know, I was surprised to the degree they really like every single little detail is like exactly the way I drew it, which, like, you know, that's nice, and it's not, you know, shouldn't be a surprise per se, but it's one of those things where you draw kind of a sketch, and like some details you don't really sweat too much. It's kind of whatever. And then when someone recreates it like exactly that way you drew it, you're like, wait, hang on. I wasn't necessarily intending it to be like for the detail. I was like, it's not that I intended something different. It's just like I wasn't being very specific with it. But they just did it exactly that way. It's like, well, okay, that's actually pretty cool. Like the pattern on her, the leotard is like, I kind of just used like a spray brush tool and just kind of, you know, painted whatever. And like the pattern on her shirt, like all those little tiny details were like completely, I think even like how the shirt is ripped, like the tear at the bottom, like the pattern of it is like exactly the way I drew it. And it's like, okay, I mean, I'd rather that than they make a bunch of arbitrary changes, but it's just funny when you see, oh yeah, that's like a super thing that's in this game. Yeah. How do you do that? Back in all three buttons or something? But yeah, I was very happy with like with how this costume turned out in the game, so I really couldn't ask for more. I think Milla was cool. Like, I really wish 6 would have stuck around longer, so we might have seen more of new characters and what they would have been like. But I guess we probably would have just gotten more of the DOA. Like Venus Vacation character, because that game has like 12 new characters or something. It's stupid how many new characters they added in that game. And Tina is still not in that game, by the way. Like when they launched DOA X3, because Venus Vacation is like an extension basically of Dead or Alive Extreme 3. It launched with like half the roster size of the first 2 games, and of course they only included the characters who were popular in Japan / popular with DOA fans, I guess. Which do not include any of the characters I like. So, like in DOA Extreme 3, and by extension Venus Vacation, Tina's not in it, Christy's not in it, Lisa is not in it, Milla is not in it. I think Hitomi might be, but otherwise it's like Hasumi and Ayane and Marie Rose and Honoka, Leifang probably, and like 50 new characters. Which, like, I don't know, to me is like felt really, I mean, clearly I can't claim that I'm like, you know, a real fan, and whoever they're supporting with those choices is not. I know that'd be a little silly to say, given that I like didn't buy this game, or, you know, don't play these games a lot, or anything like that. But it seems weird to me that they would not include who I would consider to be like sort of key characters. Oh yeah. So I guess I wonder if the computer opponents use characters or use like costumes that you have, because I think I bought one of the like Halloween DLC sets, which would probably have included this one. Because I don't think they just randomly use any costume, or if they did, I feel like we would have seen a wider variety of weird costumes, but I guess I don't know. That was pretty sick. But I guess it's also, for me, in my opinion, it's like doubly strange, because with like when you have the DOA Extreme like beach volleyball stuff, I guess in my mind the characters I would expect to be in that game would be like the sexy adult women, and not like all the fucking children. I don't know. Like, just ignoring like the popularity and fan base and all that, just like completely on its surface with the premise and setting of the game. I feel like Tina would not be a character who would seem like, if you're gonna include or exclude certain characters, Tina seems like a kind of character who would make sense to be in a game like that. I mean, she's like my favorite DOA character anyway, so of course I would have wanted her to be in it either way. I'm not impartial, I guess, but I don't know, it still rubbed me the wrong way for sure. Yeah, Lisa, exactly, like Lisa debuted in the first DOA Extreme. So... Was this stage also in 6, or is it just a stage that looks a lot like it? I think the stage is in 6. Because they've definitely repeated some stages. Yeah, this would definitely also have been part of the Halloween. Because the Halloween costume sets were, those were like, where they had the fan designs. So it's kind of a mix, like, a lot of the submitted designs had kind of a horror theme to them. But a lot of them didn't. Like, it wasn't part of the brief that you were supposed to or had to do like a horror theme. It's just that, you know, a lot of them are just costumes, like dress up. But they released them at Halloween. I like try to look at chat, not going well. Shit. Ah! There we go. Whew. This game's anime. It's so jarring, the fucking 30 FPS win poses. New costume for Tina is sick. I guess we probably beat it. Arcade green belt. You guard, I throw. Hey, there we go. Hide screen info. What even is this? Interesting. Whatever. Yeah, there's no boss. It's like whatever. Just play a couple of matches. I mean, there is probably, I don't know if you fight Raido in the story mode or something, but the arcade mode is just super bare bones. Sunfire Lord with the second draw this game redemption of the night. Man, it's always like, I'm starting to feel okay about finally finally getting somewhere with the request queue. But anytime for some reason, anytime we do fighting game streams, there's always like a bunch of requests. Get owned by anime. Yeah, we'll see. What did I miss in chat? Yeah, there was, that's right, Tamaki was added as DLC in 6, wasn't she? Tamaki was a new character in Venus Vacation. But there's been like 8 other new characters in that game. It seems weird, like, it's not like I'm about to get into that game, but it's definitely, it seems whack to me when you have something like that, and like, okay, it launched with a small roster, it doesn't have everyone, but you would think as they add more characters, they would add the actual DOA characters. But instead of, you know, maybe the first new character they add is a new character, and it's like, okay, that sucks, but whatever. But when they keep adding like 6, 8, 12, whatever new characters, and they still won't add the original DOA characters, I don't know. I don't like it. Bruno G, you can always find the up-to-date artworks on my website. You can also on my Discord. There's a channel where I post the artwork. The queue itself for the as of yet created artworks isn't like publicly listed somewhere because it's too much work for me to what's the word? You just keep up to date. But I always have it on a ticker, like on my BRB screens on stream, so you can kind of get a hint at what's to come. But yeah, the art itself you can find on my website or on Discord or my Twitter for that matter. But it's not the easiest to kind of search, I guess. Yeah, my gallery and Batman ranking site ostensibly a blog, but I haven't written anything in like way too long, like this entire year, I don't think. I was going to write about, like last year I wanted to write about Doom Eternal, and I didn't get around to it. I was going to write about G&G Resurrection earlier this year, and I didn't get to it. I was going to write about... I wanted to write an article about the conversation that we've had on stream multiple times. I guess that was kind of on the topic of G&G Resurrection, like in terms of what I want to see from remakes or reboots of older games. And there was something else more recently that I, of course, don't remember. And now I'm thinking a lot about Metroid, but I just haven't been able to... I guess I've been funneling a lot of my time into drawing more. So I haven't had much time to write blogs. And but yeah, I want to get back to it at some point. But I mean, I took a 6 to 8 month hiatus from writing at some point last year too. So it's not like I've quit writing. It's just been a long time. But I'll... as you can imagine, when I write shit, it takes a long time because I write a lot. So it's been very difficult to keep up any kind of regular schedule with blog posts, but I would really like to write more. But I can't really make any promises. Yeah, the Genji art's up there. Oh yeah, I do post art on Instagram too, by the way, if people. But if you go to my website, the links to all that stuff is there. We can go. I'm curious to see, like, because I don't remember at all. I can do whatever. I just want to take a look at the costume stuff. So we unlocked something for Tina. So yeah, this is her default, which is, I mean, I like it a lot better than most of the costumes in 6. But yeah, all there's so many shit like all these like casual, like, to me, this is not like a terrible. It's not that this costume is offensively ugly, but to me it doesn't look like a costume. It like, I mean, especially Tina, I guess, who's like a wrestler and model and whatever. I would expect her outfits to be flashy outfits. Isn't this from her like DOA 4 ending? I think this was in DOA 4 anyway. Yeah. Oh right, they had so many of these like color swaps. That's right. So I think these ones are locked, but they're in the game. And some of these most of them I think were DLC originally, but they were like added. Like this is so bland looking. Yeah, and you have these like DOA 1 and 2 costumes. So like this shit, like I don't know. This like it's terrible. So many of these. So I think these were okay. I don't know, the order of them is kind of weird, but I think these were added in Ultimate or something. That's why they're included here. The order of the unlocks is a little confusing. And then you have like 30. Okay, so you actually still... I'm really confused at like why some of these are available and not, because I don't think I would have bought them. I like this one. I always like this one from DOA 2. Well, we're not going to look at 60 different costumes, but yeah, we'll see like every now and then. Oh yeah, this was part of... Okay, so I probably bought the Halloween pack for whatever year this was. Because this was also one of the fan-designed Halloween costumes. I guess we have to, like... scroll through... Okay, it's definitely one that looked... I just stopped at this one at random, and this, like, looks exactly like one of the ones she already has. Yeah, there's, like, absurd amounts of DLC. Oh yeah, that's, like... Yeah, crossover costumes. I'm not sure all of these are still available for sale, actually. Oh yeah, this is the Popple Mail one. I think this is still on my wish list on the PlayStation Store. Like, man, if this ever goes on sale, I'll pick up some of these costumes. Oh yeah, we talked about this before. Like, DOA 5 was around for like 6 years, and DOA 6 ended support in like 10 months. Yeah, this is from one of the Muso games too, I think, right? Yeah, some of the latter ones are more of the crossover stuff. Yeah, okay, so I have this one for some reason. Yeah, there's the Tatsunoko. Yeah, like they did a bunch of the crossover stuff, but oh yeah, this is the Blade Blue, like Arc System Works crossover. That's the thing, like, as they got, like, wackier later on, like, the design started looking more like actual fighting game costumes. But so many of the early ones were, like, pretty bland. But you can see they still kind of got into it reasonably quickly. But in 6, the game ended before they were able to get that far. Well, I guess there's like too many characters, but I was curious to see like what just... We're not gonna like go through all the costumes or anything, but yeah, see, this shit was so whack too. They just gave like Tina's DOA 1 costumes to Mila because I mean, it's like the fine costume, but it's weird that instead, yeah, this is like, isn't this like Base's costume basically? Like instead of designing new costumes, they're just like, yeah, we'll just throw this on whatever. Like, Tina's like cat outfit, they just gave that to everyone. Yeah, I guess this was the first Halloween pack. I'm trying to remember. Like, oh my god, there's like so many costumes like this. This is like the boringest shit imaginable. Probably don't have any else. Oh, I guess. Well, probably some of these were in like free packs or something. Well, I guess this might have been. I guess I probably bought 2 of the Halloween packs then. Because I think the Halloween costume packs were generally the most interesting ones because they're all like fan designs and they all, you know, for the most part were pretty, you know, they were pretty out there and pretty inventive. Yeah, like I said, you know, it's not like if I saw someone dressed like that in real life, I wouldn't say like, holy shit, you're dressed terribly. I mean, I'd be one to talk, but again, it's more the as far as fighting game costume designs go, I don't want like I don't want characters to look like regular ass people. That's like the last thing I want. Like, yeah, even remember, so she still has like, yeah, it was in 6 they gave her a new default look, which I actually don't mind. But like, I don't know. I mean, I guess DOA always had like some stuff that was kind of like that. Of course, you got a bunch of these like school uniforms and stuff, but I don't know. DOA 5 had like a massive overload of regular ass clothes relative to its number of actual proper fighting game costumes. And that balance, like I said, it improved over time, but it was still kind of whack. Still had a bunch of whack costumes. And then, yeah, like I said, 6 was just terrible. I guess, like, kind of wanted to take a look at some of them. So is this... Oh, right. Okay. I think this was in 3, wasn't it? Maybe not. I don't know. It's not like her default. I think she has that one... Yeah, this was like the... It looked something like this, at least. I guess that's her default in this game. Oh, this is the... Like the Ninja Gaiden. I always thought this costume looked cool. I mean, I hate Ayane with a passion. But, at least just got a few cool looks. Like a steampunk thing, whatever. Okay, sure, why not? But like I said, it's like, it's something more... Fucking Zach. We're not gonna, like, go through everything, I guess, but, we beat the game so quickly that I figured we might as well take a little look at some of this stuff. I kind of want to refresh my memory, too. It's been so long. You know, some of these are pretty silly, but... I mean, I'll take that over boring. As of the DOA 1 costume? Yeah, that's pretty sick. See, like, DOA 1 and 2, like, they had it right. Oh, that's creepy. Rigs. Probably not a huge amount of costumes. Pretty cool. Fits them pretty well. How's this? Oh, yeah, I remember this drawing. Yeah, we'll check out Lisa's costumes. Wait, what was that? All right, it's pretty, not bad, not bad. So I think, yeah. So this is like the DOA 3 version, which to me looks way better than this version. Or like jumpsuit. Is it the Rachel costume? Well, I guess. Well, I don't know. I think she had this in the past. I think this was in 4. Yeah, like this. I mean, she might have had this in 4 too, but this was like Tina's costume originally, but they just gave it to a bunch of other characters for whatever reason. Just to repurpose it, I guess. It's pretty cool. She's got little fangs and everything. Just the dress. Or Halloween devil lady costumes. Got a different hairstyle. That's pretty cool. Like, I don't know. I mean, I miss when they put like all this effort into all these, like, because even they did the costume design contest. They did it once for DOS 6. Like in the short lifespan of that game, they were able to do it once, but even that was like super disappointing because when they did it for 5, every time they did it, like 4 or 5 times, they released a costume for every single character, except I think they didn't do it for the guests. Like, they didn't do costumes for Mai, and maybe not for the VF characters. I think they did for some of the VF characters, but not, like, some year they might not have. I don't remember. But for DOS 6, they held a similar contest, but they released, like, 6 costumes total. There was, like, a set for Marie Rose and Honoka, which had, like, matching costumes. They released a super boring costume for Milla that looked almost identical to one she already had. And there was like 1 costume for Base, I think. And like that was it. There was like 4 or 5 costumes or something. It was very underwhelming. Yeah, I heard the PC versions were like kind of terrible. Ranked online only. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, of course, Lisa, like, she doesn't have, like, a lot of actual wrestling costume. Like, she has a few of the default ones, but, like, all the other ones, yeah, it's like the superhero. Yeah, it's the same as Tina's. Because they did that for a few of the fan designs. I think they took a design for one character and they applied it to someone else. Because they always... looks like, what's her name? Zola from Toshinden? I don't think that's who it is, but who knows? That was like part of the what do you call it? The rules or whatever. Like they reserved the right to use any designs for whatever they wanted. So in some cases, some designs that were kind of generic enough, they just kind of applied it to somebody else. So I'm just assuming here that her I like this costume. The mummy costume that we saw would have been... What's costume 11? No, actually, I guess this is probably from Ultimate or something. Because some of these characters had an actual, like, Halloween, like, jack-o'-lantern costumes and stuff, like, along with, yeah, like these, the Christmas costumes. So I don't think they were actually part of the fan design stuff. Oh yeah, this is the fucking Yaiba Ninja Gaiden Z costume. Either way, it seems to me that when you're playing against them in arcade mode or whatever, they'll use whatever costumes you have. Probably not any of the others. We can check real quick. So I think, yeah, they have just like the costumes from BF5. And like a couple of other... Yeah, I guess they did do like a few... Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, so it's not that much more. Oh yeah, this was the Halloween thing. I remember this now. Actually, there's more than I would have expected. But still, yeah, a lot fewer than most other characters. So Rachel was, yeah, 42. Okay, I was gonna say she was introduced a little bit later, but not not later enough to be like significantly behind in number of costumes, I guess. Oh yeah, I remember they added this in 6, but they changed it so she's wearing like a black bodysuit underneath the Witchblade thing. Which frankly I think looked way shitter anyway. Yeah, this was I think this was the first Halloween contest one. Okay, I'm not sure what this is. I mean, it's a kind of a police thing, but I don't know. But hey, it's like a costume. But I guess it, the ones that looked like actual, like, real-life cheap Halloween costumes, those are pretty terrible too. I remember this. Yeah. Like, so many of them are like, I don't know. Like they look like they have this some kind of theme to them, but they aren't like, you know. Again, anything that looks like something someone in real life might wear, even if it's not an everyday type situation. But anything that looks like someone might wear in real life, I think it almost by default is a little too boring for a fighting game character design. Some kind of a wedding dress thing? I don't know. You can't really tell. It's probably the last one I have, yeah. I want to check real quick. Yeah, so this is like the... Yeah, exactly. This is the costume that Mila had, too. And the fan design costume that she got in 6 was, like, super close to this one. I'm trying to remember. I think he... Yeah, this was the Halloween. I think this design was actually pretty sick. Fucking American Sumo. This is like a really funny novel design. I think they did a great job with it. Because if I recall, this was like drawn very crudely by the person who did it. So it's really fun. I'm glad they... Because the first year, they didn't have any fan voting. Like every year, the contest was a little different. The year I won, I don't think there was any fan voting either. I don't remember exactly how things went, but... Because I don't recall hearing anything about advancing or anything. It was just like, oh, my entry was a like judge's pick or whatever. But at least some of the years they had like voting on Facebook and Twitter and stuff. But that's always dodgy because you're so likely to like basically the better your artwork is, the more votes you're gonna get, even if the design is kind of boring. Which I think is definitely the case in some of those design, like some of those, when they had like fan votes or whatever, you could tell that a lot of people would vote for nicer illustrations versus interesting concepts, which is natural, but it's a bit stupid. Anyway. Pretty fun game. Did I miss anything important in chat? Yeah, Gundam mentioned the destructible costumes. I know they did that for some costumes. Because I know for the DLC, well, actually, I guess it wasn't the destructible costumes necessarily, but there were some like transforming costumes. Like when you hit the whatever knockout thing where that would trigger the outfit destruction. It would instead trigger, like they would transform into a different, like it was some kind of a, I don't remember what it was, but it was something that was based on, there was some other crossover costume thing, and I remember they were more expensive because they basically had like 2 forms. Or the taunt. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, happy to revisit this game. Happy to talk a little bit about the lore of my Tina costume design. Unfortunately, I mean, I entered a couple of other years. I didn't win. I didn't win when I entered the Street Fighter V costume contest last year either. But you know, if fighting games are going to keep doing design contests like that, I'm going to keep entering for sure. And who knows? Maybe one of these days I'll win another time. But you know, if not, once is more than most people get to, so I'm happy enough with that. Anyway, this has been DOA 5, last round. Kind of want to play more because that was very quick, but I also don't really want to just play this game all night. Let's set up a raffle for the next game. And we'll do that. And we'll just, I guess we can Should be a watch mode here, right? Or do we just is it? Hang on. Okay, spectator mode, fight viewer. There we go. SNK design Athena costume. Wait, no, hang on, what? Oh, that's what I wanted. Yeah, they did because Najid was some kind of fan design thing, but I'm not even sure what the format for that was, because it wasn't like a global thing. But as far as Athena, like I don't know, that would be interesting in a way, I guess. But I feel like they could. It would be a weird. Like, it's one thing if it's an alternate costume, I guess, but it would be a weird thing for them to outsource, I guess, if it's like Athena's next costume or whatever. Raffle is open, but let's enjoy some battling. Let's go La Mariposa. Why not? Does she have any other interesting costumes? Let's just go with this one. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I got the. Oh, it's kind of cool to get different versions. Well, let's do. Should do like an infinite, whatever. Actually, I'm looking for. Yeah, there's like the gym stage. And we'll give that a minute. I will. Oh, dude, I always love this song. I think I set this. I forget if that's a thing. Because this is like from 3 or 4. This is Tina's theme, I think. But I think this game has a bunch of older music. I'll update the spreadsheet. DOA 5, last round. Oh yeah, so like I always liked this. I mean, even back in like DOA 2, I think we had these like watch modes. Like DOA always was good with like fun modes. And it's kind of interesting, like for stuff like this. Like when you do the watch mode, it's just an endless thing. Like it's just for you like there's photo mode. You can focus, I guess. There's like angles. I guess you need a pad for everything, but okay, there's filters, I guess. Oh, okay, yeah, so you can pause and then, I don't know, like there's stuff like this, which is, like, photo modes is nothing super unusual nowadays, but, like the fact that they put a lot of effort into like letting people have fun with the game in different ways. Like even again back in DOA 2, the survival modes and the watch mode and stuff like that they've always had. It's always been like super cool that they've done things in DOA like in some ways that I think a lot of other games could certainly look at. But like this, for example, the fact that it's just an endless fight. There's no HP. They just go at it. Which is like a fun, cool way if you want to like take cool screenshots or whatever, because you have the photo mode and everything. Like I guess you probably could do a proper versus match if you wanted to watch that, but like I said, I think it's just cool that there's more kind of. I think you can toggle. Yeah, you toggle like who you're highlighting. Kind of hard to tell exactly how it works, but I don't know. It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, like the photo mode is like got a lot of options and stuff. I mean, you've seen some like super duper fancy photo modes in like some AAA games nowadays, but I mean this game is just like from what 2012 or something. So pretty impressive. All right, guys. Last call. If you want to enter the raffle to pick the next game, type raffle in chat, and I will allow for a little bit of Twitch delay. And in 10 to 20 seconds, I shall pick the next picker. I shall pick the next picker of a game. If I can find my browser tab. There we are. Yeah, this is a better like idling thing just to keep on compared to the like Ranma main menu or whatever. Works out pretty well. Okay, guys, let's find out what is next. Oh yeah, let me well, we'll roll it first. Okay. Dining outside just in time for raffle. Well, let's see how it went for you, Tomaker, and see if the rigging was successful. Boom. It was not, but well played. Lamasar, congrats. You are the winner. And I'm willing to guess you might have something lined up for me, but let me... What are they gonna do? Oh, yeah. Check the reward stuff. Let me enable this. You did get tough enough. That's enough success for a day. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Lamasar, are you around to pick a game? It's like fully mesmerized by the fight going on here. That's pretty cool. I like this watch mode. Why are the ropes so stiff? I don't know. They're just very taut. The bigger question might be, why is the ring gigantic? This is like a 3x3 grid of wrestling rings. I mean, I understand for the gameplay purposes, obviously, but it's pretty funny looking. Lamasar, do you have a game for us? I noticed you acknowledged the winning of the raffle, but do we have a game pick? I mean, there's no rush, I guess. I just want to make sure you're not like. I want to make sure you're around. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll just watch this fight in the meantime. Like I said, I just want to make sure you didn't like disconnect or something. I wonder if we can, other settings. Action camera? Okay, cool. I wonder if... Do this, I just want to see if there's, I mean, if we have time here, whatever, but... Predictions? Well, no one's gonna win, because it's just like an endless fight. But I wanted to see if there was, I don't remember the stages here, but if there's one with like endless transitions or something. If there was some like that. Like the Ninja Gaiden. Like the cliffs and stuff. Oh yeah, this is the Attack on Titan stage. Spooky Halloween stage. Oh yeah, is this the one from like DOA 2? I think so, yeah. Because this, yeah, it's like an endless, like there's always another cliff to fall to. I think this was in 2, or maybe it was in 3. I don't remember. I remember that shit was the sickest in DOA 2, like the stage transitions. Like it was such a insane like leap in like visual spectacle over anything like SoulCalibur or DOA or VF3 or anything. Sounds the game do color commentary? Nah, we're not gonna bother with that. SoulCalibur VI. Sure, we can do that. I'm trying to remember if I have that on disc. I guess we'll find out. think I... Yeah, okay. Yeah, let me just take out the disc. Sure. Oh, yeah, right. So DOA 6, I've technically... Or, Jesus Christ. SoulCalibur 6, rather. I have technically played a little bit more than this, but not by that much. Wait, hang on. What? Oh, right. Okay, never mind. I guess it's gonna flip over to it. Okay, there's a patch. But I don't think we really care. I mean, there's probably been about 2 season passes released since I last played this. So we won't be able to go online, but I don't think that's a big concern. Where did I get my hat? My hat came with the collector's edition of SNK Heroines. It came with this hat, it came with an art book, it came with a wristband and a towel, I think. It didn't come with any of the DLC, though. It's not a very good game. I didn't like it very much at all, but I like the hat. Yeah, exactly. I got the collector's edition of this hat. It came with a game and an art book and some stuff. I liked SoulCalibur a lot on the Dreamcast, and I've always enjoyed the art and a lot of the character designs, but I never was a big fan of how it played. I always felt it was kind of slippery and floaty in a way that I didn't like as far as fighting with weapons. I really like how Samurai Showdown had like a very chunky, distinct feel to it. Like in fairness, SoulCalibur doesn't feel like Tekken. It doesn't feel like VF or DOA or anything else really, but it still has a kind of a flimsy feel to it. Checking network data. I don't even know what the fuck this means. Oh, you know, it's okay. I was just mashing. Okay, that's fine. Data analysis. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, I played this a little bit when it first came out, but I didn't strongly dislike it or anything, but I didn't like... I remember trying the story stuff, and it was so boring, so tedious. For all I know, I might even have like characters, because I got the first season pass, and I might own characters for this game that, even though they came out like 2 or 3 years ago, came out more recently than I played this game. Yeah, like I guess I feel like there should have been a sick arcade opening movie, but I don't know if there didn't seem to be anything like that. There is one. Let's see if we can find it here. Pretty cool that there's... Yeah, see, like, I actually love, like, unlocking all this shit, but, I just didn't play this game much. I feel like I would have fun with it, but... Just, because, like, a fighting game that actually has 2D artwork in it, like, it's fucking gorgeous, too. I love this shit so much. Such a rare treat. But, yes, I think... Yeah, Gro is the new character, and as well as the new boss. I don't think I've actually even fought him. I remember thinking about this. I haven't even seen him in the game, because what little I played of it, he didn't, like, show up. Because obviously he's, like, the final boss, or whatever. But if we go through arcade mode, I guess we'll probably fight him. Yeah, Gerald. Yeah, so this is, like, the DLC characters. So Tira, I think, was, like, a pre-order, unlockable, whatever. And then I guess, 2B, Amy, Cassandra were Okay, yeah. Wait, those are all the characters who are in this list here because I don't have any more of them. Oh, yeah, from what I hear, like, I think 2B was received pretty well. I know they added Haomaru in the most recent season, but I can't remember if there were other guest characters. Because there was, I think, one season in between. I haven't kept up at all. Just making sure that we have standby set to off. Chad Warden is in Samurai Showdown. Samurai Showdown has like a bunch of guest characters. Start to remember because Baiken is like the last character, I think. But they have like there's two characters I think from what is it called? Honor of Kings, something like that. It's Chinese like phone MOBA or something that's like huge. There's at least one character from that game, but there might be two. And there's Warden and there is Baiken. I feel like there might be. Oh yeah, there's Hibiki from Last Blade also. Let's start the timer, I guess. Huh. That's kind of weird. You don't get to like the typical character select. That's fine. I don't know how to play anyone, but as far as I know, to whatever extent I know how to do anything in this game, like Mitsurugi, like that's how little I really interacted with this series. Like I just kind of picked Mitsurugi and learned 2 moves, which I remember maybe one of at this point. Well, I could. I was like, maybe we could mess with 2B. I think she's like pretty cool too. Yeah, there's definitely some weird modern fighting game isms going on. Like I had no recollection of this at all. It's what a weird thing to do it like this. Well, I guess if we ever play other SoulCalibur games, we can always play. We can always play Mitsurugi someplace else. So why don't we play 2B? Does this game have like endings? I don't know. There is like a pretty elaborate like story type stuff. There's like multiple story-ish single player modes. At least one where you have to play with an original character. But I think there's also like individual character stories. Like there's a lot of cool stuff in this game. Wow, the load times are pretty rough. But again, like the writing and all that stuff was presented in such an incredibly drab and dull way that it just like it made me fall asleep for sure. We'll press button to make them say stuff. I don't know. Let's find out, I guess. And let's guard. So I don't know any of the like the system mechanics. Wait, is that? Hang on. Wow, that's a weird delay. Okay, all right. I guess her kick is just. All right, it's got fucking injustice flashes. Okay, I vaguely recall something like that. Game has like super meter. Oh yeah, this game has like once you're in the. Oh, yeah, okay, I remember like not from playing this, but from like hearing conversations about this game. There's a thing where you won't die from a last hit until, or like unless that the last hit needs to like it needs to kill you by like an excessive margin. Okay, I thought I'd try to throw. No, wait, hang on. Okay, that's not how you throw in this game, I guess. Yeah, it's the rock, paper, scissors thing. Olkadan was the Edge Master character in 3 with the big owl head. Yes. Oh, okay. There's 3 runs. Okay, even in single player mode. I wonder if that would have ring outed if there wasn't a wall. So, in the games that I've played, A plus guard is like forward throw, and B plus guard is backwards throw, but that's not the thing here, it turns out. Alright, he guessed correctly, I guess. So is it back plus... maybe. No. Oh. Okay, I think that's a different throw. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's like just forward and back, forward or back, plus A plus G to do a throw. Yeah, 3 had the goofy ass story mode with like QTEs and cutscenes. Like there's that ancient internet meme about dodging the giant like hogs in a clock tower. Oh yeah, I guess you can't. Oh, okay, maybe I was gonna say I guess you can't press buttons because it's images, but they load in the models eventually. Buttons seem to do nothing. It's too bad. But yeah, I think SoulCalibur VI, as far as the aesthetics and character designs and presentation and the artwork, like it makes me really happy that it is like fully retained the flavor of the older games. I mean, I think Tekken has to a large extent. I mean, it's evolved and gone some directions, and some of the designs and stuff are. I mean, I wouldn't say that 7 is my favorite necessarily in character designs and whatnot, but I feel like a lot of like DOA example, for example. I mean, it's a stark contrast there where it just feels very foreign as far as a fan of the older games. Like in some ways not mechanically, but it's like the character designs and presentation, and like it feels like the game as a package, like not necessarily in terms of mechanics or competitively or anything, but in some ways it feels like it's kind of gone in a different direction or like diverged from what it used to be. SoulCalibur really doesn't feel that way. I mean, I'm sure in the minutia of the mechanics, I don't doubt that there are things. That's pretty sick. That a lot of longtime fans are unhappy with. But as a casual observer, anyway, it feels I can come back to, I mean, I played 5. I bought it at least, played through the story mode, and that was about it. But I could dip into SoulCalibur after having not played since 3, and it would still feel like SoulCalibur to me, at least. Which is nice. Like, I feel for these like long-running series. Get it perfect. Hey. It's it's not that I don't want them to or would feel like they shouldn't evolve or reinvent themselves to some degree, but you still want some familiarity. You don't want it to be like it's enough of an institution, but also some of these games, like, they come out infrequently enough that when you get a new one, for it to feel faithful, if not old-fashioned, like, I think it's there's something comforting about it, and like it's nice. Man, I don't remember this Yoshi design at all, but he looks cool. I like it.
The desire for power leads the warriors to the arid desert.
It's always like, I mean, I've never been a Yoshi player or a big fan of him per se, but I mean, I am a fan of the character, but I'm not that interested in playing him. But I always love that he's that he has like a brand new design in every game. Okay. Well, that's what I get for seeing if I can figure out how to ring out.
Victory will not come easy.
Fair enough.
It must battle to fight.
Like you can count on, like, again, like some characters, and that's the thing. Like I really like about the character designs in SoulCalibur in general, is that they always feel familiar, but usually there's some changes and updates to them.
Victory will not come easily. It must be seen.
But the one constant in Yoshimitsu's design is that he's always completely different. And I mean, that's always been true in Tekken as well, but I just think that's really cool. Got some kind of command dash going on. Oh, alright, that's a super. And held block. I'm gonna figure out if I have a attack that can ring it out. I know some characters can do it with throws, but her backwards throw doesn't really push them backwards. I move forward and then I switch places with them. Oh, okay, that's the super. Okay.
Fight to your last breath.
Yeah, I remember some people weren't a fan of the meter gain. Like, when I win 2 rounds, he will automatically get, like, full meter. Okay, cool. He just decided not to block. That's cool. We got to see what this looked like. Pretty cool. Oh, okay. Well. Okay, we didn't need to see the super again, I guess. Good. I didn't really mean to do it. You just press, like, 3 attack buttons. Just looked like a cool taunt. Yeah, so, like, playing this, like, it's very polished, and, like, I could see myself having fun messing around with the, like, I wouldn't probably grind out arcade mode, I probably wouldn't sit in training mode, but I could do some tutorials, combo trials, and probably mess with some of the story stuff. It's just, like, the time investment, I don't know. But I'll be honest, like, anytime the DLC stuff goes on sale, which happens frequently, I've absolutely been tempted to buy more DLC, like the character creation stuff and some of the other characters, just to kind of, you know, enjoy it on a casual level. But it's hard to justify when I'm not sure if I'm realistically ever going to spend any time with it. Tekken 7 is on sale now on Steam for like $6. And it's like, I have it on PS4 and I don't have all of the DLC, but I have like 2 of the 3 seasons, I think. And I'm not even really interested in playing it. I'm just like, well, if I wanted to play it, I guess it would play better on PC than on PlayStation. But, like, I probably should get that version if I wanted to play it. But I also could probably make do with the one I have. Same money for Melty. Well, I'm not that interested in Melty. Well, I'm not interested in Melty Blood at all, in fact. I mean, I'm happy for fans. It's cool that it's coming out and everything, but for me, it's like, whatever. Oops. Okay, well, I guess I don't know if I won that exchange, but I didn't lose, I guess. Oh, that looks like it could probably ring out, actually.
Fight to your last breath.
Did you see the new Namco Bandai logo? Yeah, I saw it. I'm not as upset as some people, but I did see a take on Twitter that I feel like I agree with, which is like, has there ever been a corporate rebranding that people have like been happy with? Like, anytime a company like announces a new logo, it's like people are like, this isn't familiar. I don't mean to dismiss people's criticism of the new Namco logo, but I thought it was an astute observation. And it's rare to see people like, oh shit, that looks great, you know. Am I alone in thinking that Tekken has awkward footsies? I mean, it's very different from many other games. Like, it's all about movement and, like, whiff punishing. And I think movement in Tekken is weird. I think movement in SoulCalibur is even weirder. But for me, like, I like VF. Like, VF for me is the pinnacle of 3D fighting games, and
A single slash can cut even the
VF is so clear-cut, and... I mean, I wouldn't fault someone for thinking VF is rigid. To me, I think it's, like, structured and logical. Like, I see it as a positive. And this is, like, the exact opposite. It's super slippery and floaty, and you move around, and there's air control, and I don't know. To me, this feels really strange. It's one of those things where it's easy to play. It's easy to press buttons and have cool stuff happen. But the more and that's the experience I had with Tekken as well. Like, I played Tekken 5. I mean, the closest I've ever come to playing Tekken seriously, I guess you could say. And I felt the more I learned about the game, the more I disliked it, kind of, because as more of the game's systems and quirks became familiar to me, the more I could tell that there were things that I didn't enjoy as much. I haven't ever learned enough about SoulCalibur to say if that's the case as well, you know? But, just on its surface, like, it feels all strange to me. Yeah, Melted Blood for me is like, first of all, it's like an anime fighting game, which is not, as I just said about VF, like the rigidity and structured feel of it is a big draw for me. Like, VF, MK11, like, those are games that I really, really enjoy. And like, MK11, you know, it's done well and everything, but there's certainly a if not large, at least a very vocal part of the fan base who don't like how, like, MKX was incredibly wild. It was just like fully out of control, like absurdity, like extreme focus on offense, and just like, yeah, it's just crazy. And MK11, by comparison, is a lot more reined in. And I like that. Wow, she takes damage. I wonder if she was unable to tech because she was out of life. I don't know.
The battle is over. Show respect for the fallen.
But I happen to like those more rigid games, let's say. Not exclusively, but as a general rule. And I've never been a big fan of Arc System Works games or like Japanese Dojin Fighters or anime Air Dasher type games. So Melted Blood already is like off on a bad foot with me as far as that goes. But then it also has like to me like extremely unappealing visual design. Because yeah, the characters all look, there's like, you know, in Act Cadenza or whatever, which was probably the first version I really interacted with, there's a roster, whatever, 30 characters, and there's like 1.5 of them look like fighting game characters, and the rest are just regular people. And I understand why that is, but it doesn't mean I don't find it visually boring. I think Melted Blood, at least back then, but from what I've seen, that seems to be the case in Under Night as well. That it also has like the most boring stages in any fighting game. Like the stages never have any animated elements or like even like parallax scrolling or whatever. No, you cannot bring out. Like every single stage is just like a JPEG of an empty street. And it's like, wow, could you be more boring? I mean, I understand it's like, it can't be a coincidence that the stages all look like that in all of their games. But this does not appeal to me. Oh, don't knock me out, please. I don't think I meant to do that, but that's fine.
Victory will not come easily. It must be seized.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I could for sure like seeing the earlier like Melty Blood games definitely strikes you as like, yeah, you know, they're focusing on the flashiness of the characters doing their shit. Stages aren't like that much of a concern, but like I said, like it's definitely they've retained that throughout the like the look of Under Night as well. Yeah, Asuka for sure. I remember we played some versions that had like you're in some like club activity room and it's like just a static image, and yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, like no parallax or anything. Yeah, there's still like last official word on the new Asuka is still that it's supposed to come out in 2021, right? They released like some artwork or some, like concept for a new character or something, right? Didn't they? They released something, but because there's the Mega Drive port of the original, which is also coming to Switch. And then there's the brand new game, right? Do I remember that correctly? I guess my eye patch broke. Yeah, so this game has like a costume destruction system, which is I guess like head, upper body, lower body, or something like that. I don't remember how it works exactly. Yeah, I've always like thought the Asuka 120% games seemed cool, but I never really had much experience with them. But having dabbled just a tiny bit with some of them, like on the PC Engine and stuff, they seem really, really cool. Like I do want to get like the PlayStation and Saturn ones, but it's a little daunting with all the different versions, and some of them are a little bit pricey. But I mean, I guess the new one coming out, I mean, I'll definitely want to get that.
Battle 1. Fight.
Yeah, as far as fighting game stuff, like, you know, between Guilty Gear and Melty Blood, you know, certain people are very well served. None of that is of much interest for me personally, but I'm not complaining. I've got plenty of stuff to play, and KOF is coming next year. BF is
Victory goes to the last one standing.
it's a weird thing because I was very happy for VF5 to get a new release, but because it's like literally unplayable online for me, I just completely lost interest in it. I'm still intrigued to see like what's gonna happen with both like new. Hey, there we go. Both with potential updates to that game, but also of course potential VF6. Because by all accounts, like apparently at least early on, Ultimate Showdown did very well for Sega. It seemed to have done better than they expected, which obviously is, you know, that's a good sign. But we'll see what the future holds. Like I said, you know, I'm very excited for KOF. Resist Impact, I don't know what that is. I think that was an accidental guard impact, but we'll take it.
Claim victory and bask in the glory.
Who do you bribe in SK to go back to 2D? Well, I mean, I guess you'd have to bribe them enough to pay for several years' work, and also bribe them for the possible, or at least perceived, missed sales. But I mean, I think KOF 15 looks good. Hey, we're getting DLC characters that I don't have. So I guess I must have the patch data that included the Setsuka at least, even if I didn't get the character. But maybe she was part of Season 1 and I just didn't grab the free thing to get her. I guess, I don't know. No, I mean, I hear you. I mean, I love pixel art, and KOF 13 is one of the most beautiful looking games of all time. But it, like, damn near fucking killed SNK making it, so you can't really blame them for not going that route. Like, but for me, like, it's just, like, I want to see... I love pixel art, and I love 2D art, like, So I'd love to see more of that in games, sure. But at the same time, ultimately, what I care about more, I think, is just the art direction and the overall aesthetic presentation. And I hate to you know, say like, oh, you know, everything should be Guilty Gear or whatever, which isn't necessarily my opinion. But what I do think is that Arc System Works has shown time and time again that polygonal rendering of characters is not a polygonal rendering of characters and like a aesthetically pleasing presentation are not mutually exclusive. They innovated a lot with Guilty Gear Xrd, and each game after that has like used a lot of the same technology, of course. But if you compare Xrd and Dragon Ball and Granblue and Strive, they all do look different from one another. A lot of the techniques are the same, but the visual style is not identical. And I think there's so much more you can do with, like, I think you could absolutely deliberately mimic more of the specifics of what makes something like KOF 13 appealing.
Fight to your last breath.
You know, I think that's the real key to the success of the visual presentation of post-Xrd Arc System Works games, is that they have such a strong such a strong idea kind of what it's supposed to like everything that every creative artistic decision in the graphics of Xrd like serve a specific purpose of achieving a particular look. And I think you could approach something like KOF the same way, with you know, limiting the frame rate, locking the camera, and if you lock the animation at like the frame rate of the animation in a certain way, you could probably tweak certain things. Like there are ways, I think, that would allow you to leverage strengths of both 2D and 3D, and I think Arc System Works definitely does this to some degree. But it's not like what they have achieved is the technical ceiling. I don't think you could say that we've reached some kind of end point of what's possible. Of course, everything is a matter of know-how and technology and money and all of that, but I think wishing for a return to pixel art is, like, sadly, you know, sure, but unrealistic, because I think that expertise and experience and talent, not that it doesn't exist, but it's too difficult to come by, in addition to like the financial justification of doing like high quality, high resolution 2D stuff, you know. But I think the desire or the need for something like that, like looking at Street Fighter 4 and Battle Fantasia and whatever else, I don't know, Mortal Kombat 9, whatever it might be, like from that era, I feel the desire to return to 2D stuff like felt stronger than maybe it does now in a way. I mean, you could look at something like Marvel Infinite and say it looks like shit, but it wouldn't have to, because Tatsunoko vs. Capcom looked way better. Marvel 3 looked way better, because those games had much stronger artistic direction. And in Tatsunoko's case, like simpler character models that more like they were kind of cleaner looking and better reflected the sense of style and the kind of flavor of the 2D art in Marvel 2 and the other older games. So I would just want to, like, thinking of something like Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 5, in the grand scheme of things, I don't hate the way it looks. I think it is a far cry from what I think a new Street Fighter could or should be. But I think Street Fighter 5, by and large, is an iteration on Street Fighter 4's visual style, and I think some things are definitely weirdly worse, like some of the animation is kind of strange. But a lot of it is a lot better. I think it's a more successful execution of basically the same concepts as Street Fighter 4. And for Street Fighter 6, whenever that shows up, and I'm still not in a hurry for it, but I really don't want Street Fighter 6 to feel like an iteration on that same style. I want it to feel super fresh and like groundbreaking. Not necessarily groundbreaking in a industry-wide sense. I mean, that would be nice, but at least feeling like it's breaking new ground within Street Fighter. And I would say like imitating the look of Street Fighter 2 or Street Fighter 3 or whatever, in using 3D to get it to look that way would count for sure. But I mean, what I really want is for the game to look like a Kino Nishimura illustration. And I think they haven't tried that yet, at least not in a way that we've seen it behind closed doors. Who knows? But like, it's impossible to say that that couldn't be done or that wouldn't look good because it hasn't been attempted. Just like, you know, Dragon Ball FighterZ attempts to recreate the look of the anime. You know, you could, and you know, Grand Blue Fantasy kind of aims to, like, the rendering style of the characters, like it sticks closer to the illustration style for the artwork for Grand Blue Fantasy and stuff. So I was really disappointed when KOF 15 was first unveiled because I felt like I was really hoping for a game with like a much smaller roster and a bigger focus on reinventing the visual presentation. And it really felt like an iterative step from 14. And I still think that's true. It is an iterative step from 14 as opposed to something wholly new. But it is also much, much better looking than 14 in many, many ways. And I think it's still possible to iterate on this to the point of making the next game look phenomenal. Like, I think 15 looks good. It's appealing. But I would love to see, like, the novelty of a 3D moving camera, like when Street Fighter EX came out, like the polygonal models, the 3D, like the game, you wanted it to kind of emphasize the 3D-ness of everything. But as all of that has become really rote and boring by now with like cinematic camera angles and whatever it is, like the smooth motion, there's far more novelty and an appeal to specifically mimicking the look of 2D animation, like the Arc System Works games do. Like, it feels like, it doesn't feel like a limitation. Well, because it isn't. It is like a distinctive and specific artistic choice to make it look that way. And I think that is, like, that's what's missing. I think, not to say that Street Fighter V, like, doesn't have art direction or anything, but, like, I agree in that, like, I love the look of 2D games and I want more of that. So I would want more fighting games, if they're a 2D fighting game, to go even further in, like, those specific choices to kind of go off of the beaten path. Like, I think Arc System Works has shown what's possible, and like, not even if you're not applying those specific techniques, but like from a philosophical standpoint, like, there's so much shit you really don't have to do the way it's always done. You don't have to follow conventions in terms of animation or rendering or whatever it is. Like, you don't have to, just because the game is running at 60 frames per second and you can interpolate character animation frame by frame, doesn't mean that you have to or even should. You know, there's a lot of stuff like that, and I think I would love to see more games, whether it's fighting games or not, but I would love to see more games, especially if they have 2D gameplay or are like mimicking or recreating or trying to evoke the feel of old 2D games. I would really love to see more games being that bold in like their choices of how to present and render stuff, for sure. Anyway, this was SoulCalibur VI. We still haven't seen Azrael. He's the final boss, but they didn't, like, they have an actual boss character in the game, but they didn't bother putting him in arcade mode. That's kind of whack. But like, yeah, because you have like the mission. This is like the original character lore mode, and then you have the story mode where you pick a character, and you play through there. Like, I remember this like chart. Yeah, the timeline chart. So yeah, I probably played through. Yeah, I played through the Talon, I guess. I just like restrictions. Oh, okay. So like, I liked how this is presented. This is kind of neat, but I remember there even this mode. I mean, not as bad as the other mode, but oh, it's kind of interesting. Did I play through this because it's all here? I guess I probably did. I don't remember. But I remember there being a lot of very bland and boring dialogue. Not as bad as the fucking news reporter in Tekken 7. That shit's the worst I've ever seen in a fighting game story mode. But still pretty boring. Anyway, thank you very much for this pick. I enjoyed this. This was... I don't know if I have strong feelings on the game or my experience playing it, but it was fun enough. We saw some cool characters and some nice animations and some beautiful locations. And we got to have an interesting conversation about 2D graphics and all kinds of other stuff. We'll stop the timer there. We will play something else. I will take a break because I really need to go to the bathroom and I need to stretch my legs and whatever. I don't know exactly how long I'm going to be gone, so I don't want to... We'll do the raffle when I get back, basically. I was thinking for a second if we should do the raffle while I'm gone, but that's going to be awkward. So I'll take a short break and then we'll come back and then we'll do a raffle and we'll see what we get to play next. So see you guys in just a little bit.
You'll never catch me.
All right, I'm back. Let's enjoy some Jamaican skeleton jams as I set up the next raffle. Panzer art, super sick. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Where do I set up a raffle? All right, here. There we go. The raffle is now activated. Type raffle in chat, and you will get to pick the next game. This might be the last raffle. We'll see how it goes. We usually it's 11 p.m. right now. I usually go to around midnight-ish. Well, sometimes we go a bit longer. I try not to go overly long. But we'll see. If we play something that takes 20 minutes to get going and then takes an hour to beat, we're definitely not playing anything after that. But if we play something that I beat in 15 minutes, maybe we can squeeze in something else after that. We'll see. But more than likely, I would say the next game is probably the last for the evening. So make your voice heard right now, or hold your peace until the next viewer's choice versus fighting game bonus stream, whenever that's going to be. Usually happens within 3 to 4 weeks. Atomic Runner ready for his second powerfully executed rigging of the evening. Got something lined up. I'm sure that's going to be good. Give people a minute here to enter raffle. Man, fucking Shaq Fu. Wait, I guess I haven't even put this in the full. Oh yeah, let me go to the spreadsheet and update. I don't think I did. Did I? SoulCalibur VI. Where are we? There we go. We still have a few other SoulCalibur games on the list, by the way. But it's actually the first one of the ones I have that we've played. You will not win this one, Goaty. That is an accurate prediction right there. You do in fact have to enter the raffle to be able to win. That is no matter how powerful your rigging techniques, they do require you to actually enter. Technically, I could actually enter you, but obviously I won't. Oh yeah, Guilty Gear Strive open beta. I can probably remove this, can't I? I haven't been playing my PS4 very much. I haven't really been touching it at all outside of streams. What even is this? Is this the PlayStation Store? Honestly, I don't even know. Provoking, I wouldn't do that. You see this raffle? Yeah, no, that's honorable. It's a rare display of chivalry from Goaty's side there. All right, we got some people entered here, but we'll do the traditional last call here. Actually, let me type raffle in chat if you want to win, and I'll pick a winner when I've put away my SoulCalibur disc here. Because I'm pretty sure whenever I do feel like I'm going to be playing something on my PS4, it's probably not going to be SoulCalibur VI. What's up, Mike? Happy Friday. Let's do it then. Let's see who gets to pick the next game. Roll it. Boom. Wrist. Congrats on your raffle win. Let me try to remember to do that. And yeah, there we go. What is it going to be? Yeah, very well rigged, well executed, no complaints. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All-Star Battle. Very well, very well. Your wish is my command. Let's see if we can make that happen. Always exciting to try and make PS3 stuff happen, but I'm pretty sure I've tested it. It should be working and everything, so it should be fine. It's just even when things... I'm reminded, like I said, it's been a while since I played anything on my PS4. It's definitely been a hot minute since I played anything on my PS3. I would say outside of streaming stuff, it's probably been... I don't know how many years it would have been. It'll take a little bit of setup here, but it should be fine. So just give me a second here. I need to do the capture thing. Yeah. Ooh, configure video. Probably set this to, actually it needs to be 1080, right? And we need to set this to component. And I guess we'll boot it up. So I guess I could probably play, like, I think it's playable on stick, but I have the, see, this is the thing, like, I have, oh no, I set the system to 720. Okay, that makes sense. I think I did. Did it fucking reset to 480? Oh, it probably did. Or is it 1080? What's going on here? Okay, give me a second to figure out what the fuck's going on with my... See, there's always something. Trying to capture different resolutions here, but whichever resolution I'm picking, it keeps complaining that it's out of range. I think the pass-through should still work, so let me reset something. I don't know what's going on. Bear with me. Okay, yeah, we're in here. Oh, this is definitely not right. But why is it... wait, where's the display settings? It is 720p. What the heck? Why is this not? Okay, let me try to change. Oh, okay, there we go. Now it works. What the fuck was that all about? Always an adventure. That to the vastly different PS3 scene here. Yeah, capturing PS3 is a fucking nightmare. Dude, yeah, see, we got some Prince of Persia action lined up here for whenever we get to the continuation of exploring. See, because I was sifting through my library to load up all the fighting games and everything. Which, by the way, I can delete this because this is occupying a lot of space, and we don't need to play this anymore. It's gonna take like 2 minutes to delete this, but hi. Have I ever played Martian Gothic Unification? No. Is that a quality release from the fine people at Phoenix Games, perchance? Or is it maybe a 505 Game Street joint? Deleting, please wait. Fucking, of course. Well, we can update this shit in the meantime, I guess. PS1 Resident Evil clone. Not familiar. Not familiar. See, even fucking delete... Like, this is what I mean. Anytime you play games on PS3, like, you haven't played PS4 in a while, and it's like, oh, yeah, And then you go back to PS3, and it's like, whoa. Yeah, every single aspect of trying to do anything is just... Oh, so clunky. So clunky. Looking at my PS3 with dread, because it seems like not a hardware made to live long. I mean, well, I guess I can't say my PS3 is going strong, exactly, but it is a launch unit from 2006, and with the exception of playing Tekken Tag Tournament games, I guess, it's still trucking along. Published by Take-Two, Zombies on Mars Possessed by Aliens. Huh. Is it an American game? Or is it a Japanese game? I've never heard of it. On that note, though, I've been thinking a little, because it's American. Okay, yeah, I figured it didn't sound like a Japanese game, but if it was, I would be more interested. It's October, right? So, you know, I'm not big on horror games per se, but I would like to mark the occasion a little bit, you know, And I'm probably going to want to do some kind of Halloween stream of some sort. But last year we played through the Castlevania Lords of Shadow games in October. And I was thinking about, like, wanting to try, because I don't have, like, Metroid Dread, obviously, next Friday. It comes out next Friday. And, I mean, I guess that kind of fits somewhat. And, we do have the Onimusha games. So obviously Onimusha, you know, it's got demons and shit. It, you know, it fits well enough. But I also happen to have, I think, some other games. I have a PS2 game. Speaking of RE clones, I have a game called Extermination, which I think came out in English. Which you know, one of those games I bought for $3, not really knowing anything about it. I saw the cover art. I was like, huh. And then I looked it up on YouTube for 5 seconds and said, that looks interesting enough. I'll pick that up. Yeah, I think it's a Sony published game, but I could be misremembering. It has like like an assault rifle and some purple goop on the cover. It's like some kind of science base and guts monsters or something, and guns, I guess. Like, I don't know. And I'm probably, if I looked around, if I sifted through my archives, I'm sure I have something else in my collection that fits the bill for some kind of horror-themed something or other that I haven't really played. So maybe I'm just thinking aloud right now. Maybe it was a mistake trying to delete PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. It's too powerful. Yeah, I'll do some digging and see if I see something that that strikes my fancy. But yeah, because I was like grabbing all this stuff to make sure. Because again, the only time I ever used my PS3 is for these streams. So I made sure to download everything I wanted, and because I saw that I had the Prince of Persia games on here, among other things, I was like, you know what? When am I ever gonna go through this shit to download them? Let me just download these games so I have them for whenever we do our Prince of Persia series marathon thing. I guess might happen at some point. Wait, what's this? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I guess I installed. Okay. The Tekken Tag Tournament 2 Prologue crashed just like the real game does, but I haven't tested Tag HD, I don't think. Anyway, whatever. Sorry, I keep getting sidetracked. I'm doing like archaeology, digging through my PS3 library because I've never fucking touched my PS3. Yeah, the Sony PlayStation has so many All-Stars that it just takes a long time to delete them all. That makes perfect sense, actually. Rip in peace, Bandai Namco logo. Start the timer. Might as well. Of course, on tomorrow's stream, we're finally getting to these games and others. Some of these games, we got Pack in Time, and well, I guess you can't really see that. There you go. There's Pac-Man. And we might get through that little pile tomorrow. I don't know. It's fucking loud. But yeah, like I said, because we're just waiting for that shit, I'm gonna do some thinking and I'm gonna do some digging, and we might be looking at some horror type stuff in October. If I find something interesting, I might make a thing out of it. But if not, I think once we're done with Metroid Dread, we'll probably go back to Onimusha and continue with Onimusha 2. But we'll see. I might find something that I'm more excited to check out, and we'll potentially get to Onimusha some other time, or not. I don't know. Even if, you know, we don't ever get to the sequels, I still had a good time with the first Onimusha, so... And I guess that also means I did have a good time with that, so I will... My curiosity and kind of interest in checking out those other games is not going to ever completely disappear, I don't think. So we'll get to that at some point, even if it takes a few years. This looks awesome. It does indeed. Like, the visual presentation of this game is excellent. It just doesn't play super well. I mean, it's very simplistic, and it's like 30 FPS, a little chunky, a little clunky. I'm not big into JoJo, but I understand if you're a big fan, you'll probably find a lot to really enjoy about this game. Oh yeah, there was some text at the beginning that I didn't read, and then the screen disappeared, but I don't know, this game has some weird fucking free-to-play mechanics and shit. Campaign data. I don't even know what this means. Not up to date. I really don't want to attempt to open the PlayStation Store. That seems like a bad idea. Okay, we can play the story, but not campaign. I think campaign is like the weird free-to-play thing. Oh, there isn't even an arcade mode, okay. Campaign, get customized medals on PlayStation Network. Okay, I don't even know what that means. Use customized medals to customize characters. I don't think you can really customize all that much, though. You can probably customize, like, dialogue and maybe colors. I don't know. What is Cryware? I believe Cryware has to do with video playback. But I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, it's like used in everything, right? So I think it's something... It's nothing to do with anything interesting or exciting in terms of game content or anything. Story mode to unlock... I don't know why I'm getting, like... This is not my first time booting this game up. I mean, you might think, but... I didn't play a lot of it, but I think I unlocked something a little bit here and there. Let me just hop in here real quick to take a look at the... Actually, I may have deleted my save data or something, and that might explain why all this is popping up. Okay. Weak attack, medium attack, style, powerful attack. Like Bing Fit. Yeah, I think it's something along those lines. I could be wrong, but I think it's something like that. It's like a video codec or some kind of video package, something or other. I could be completely wrong, but that's, as far as I can recall, I think that's the case. Alright, this works well enough, I guess. Probably brightness or some shit. Okay. Having to wait for the dialogue for the menus to fade away is like a bit questionable. Also, this menu screen is like 20 FPS or something. That's pretty whack. But I guess it's less jarring when the game is also a low frame rate. I assume... I'm almost scared to press this to see... Okay, yeah. Can you pick Goku? I don't think so, no. So I've played a little bit of this. I think. The thing is, like, I imagine that if we play the arcade mode, it's gonna be pretty bland. And I think the story mode would more, would show off more of this game's kind of flavor. I just hope it's not like super tedious menuing and everything, but I think it's pretty straightforward. It's a bunch of dialogues and stuff, but I guess that's kind of what you come to a game like this for anyway, right? So, because I think if you just try the arcade thing, I think you get like a character select. We kind of see, you'll see too that there's like 8 consecutive battles. Yeah. I guess I think I probably. I think you, I think I unlocked Dio for beating Chapter 1, or like Part 1 in story mode. Maybe, because I do remember playing story mode a little bit back when I first bought this. So yeah, like, I guess it's like the main character from each, and like there's like 2 characters maybe per part that's available, but everyone else is like unlockable. So let's try story mode, I guess. See what that's like. So I guess I think I get started with part 1. I think like I said, I think I played through this, but it appears we can play whichever one we want. So I don't know the story of any of them. I recognize more of the characters from certain parts than others. But it's I guess like we'll play as the main character of whatever part we pick. So. But I think we've done part 1, so I guess we can do part 2. Someone in chat is excited for Battle Tendency. Let's try this then, I guess. Okay, so just show you. Okay, but check secret. Okay, I'm just gonna go back real quick. So I just want to check, because I assume then that this would show. Yeah, exactly. So I guess it's like 4 episodes. There's not a lot of fights, but there's going to be a bunch of talking. Toggle normal. Okay, so there's like an alternate version of each fight. Oh, so we get to play as the other character. Okay. I mean, I think this shit is awesome, like having all the secret mission and like, yeah, this like the Hokuto no Ken game on PS2 has a little bit of some of that stuff here and there, but like as long as this is all in addition to a proper classic arcade mode, I love seeing this kind of shit in games, and I wish like more proper fighting games did this stuff, but like it's mostly the, you know, these licensed games and like games that aren't, like it's rare to get a combination of a game that's mechanically super solid and satisfying that has this shit. It's either like a janky licensed game, or you know, that with all this stuff, or it's a normal proper fighting game and there's nothing like this. But again, like the game definitely seems to be even I can tell that it's like every single little detail is like just steeped so deeply in all the JoJo, not just the lore, but like all the little touches and flavor. Like it's really sick. Unfortunately, the sequel they made to this is like a weird 4-player arena thing that I don't think anyone seemed to like. I feel like some of this could perhaps be presented a little more excitingly. But at least we get a very enthusiastic voiceover. That's more than you get in SoulCalibur VI. Three pillar men were to awaken, the world would surely be destroyed. Joseph and Speedwagon heard to Rome, Italy, where someone is waiting for them. Goaty _ no, okay. Caesar Zappelli, okay, well. Check battle conditions. 1-round battle. Secret missions. Oh, okay, so you don't actually see what the secret... Well, I guess that's why they're secret mission. Land skills and use a special of some kind. Use a supportive... Oh, wow. Like single-use power-ups. The G's are all, like, used for unlockables and stuff. I mean, it's a cool... Again, like, you see the little artwork. Like, again, I've read a tiny little bit. I've read, like, half of Part 1. I think I watched, like, 2 episodes of the new anime, but... I too can appreciate all this. Like, and even, I mean, aesthetically, like, the visual presentation of this is sick. Yeah, so you have like 2D movement style button. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Both buttons is throw. Oh, there's alright. You have a heavy attack too. Like the animation and poses, everything. It's like sick. So I probably have a command list. Shoryu. Oh, you can use the special half circle. Oh, it's like, because these are skills. Okay. Throws. Okay, so these are like supers, I guess. Great attack buttons or G. I don't know what the G button is, but styles slash special slash etc. Okay. I can run. Okay. Okay, I'm building meter, I guess. Alright, okay, I'm just kind of figuring out the controls here. Oh, wait. my meter's draining. Oh, I quite mean to do that, but that's fine. Trying to just experiment with my moves here. Oh, you do have, okay. Follow up to that one. Oh, that's okay. I'm trying different directions here. Land. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. Pretty good. I'll usually get little subtitles by the super meter, like explanations of what you're doing or whatever. It uses like 10% of meter. Alright, there's a lot going on here. Shingan Super has a follow-up. Yeah, the localization is kind of weird. Like, overall, my impression is that they did a pretty good job with the localization, from what I've heard and understood. But specifically, the names of the characters are all fucked up. But that's like one of those weird situations where they're a little bit painted into a corner there, I guess. With some things kind of potentially skirting, you know, copyright infringement and whatnot. I'm sure it's one of those things that it's not necessarily, it's not a sure thing that they cannot do things because it like, but it's more like, I guess they don't want to invite they don't even want to, they don't want to open themselves up to getting into trouble, even potentially, you know. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it has to do with, it's not like incompetence. It's not like they don't know what the names are supposed to be or anything like that. I just mean like it's not necessarily the case that they have to strictly from a legal standpoint that they absolutely could not even do it, but it's more like, because it's one of those things where it's you wouldn't know until it's proven in court, I guess, but they have no interest in opening themselves up to a court case in the first place. And the art is awesome. Yeah, so you're fighting Wamu. Oh shit. Oh, okay, I guess we got stage gimmicks. Clacker boomerang skill. Okay, what other skills have we not used here? How about a cold one? I think we did that one, I guess. Hold tech to turn it. Half circle forward S. Wait, P. What's P? Taunt. Select. Wow, okay. Even on a fucking PS4 controller, that's even worse. GH. Oh, okay, so that's like just a super button. Trying to find the select button here. I don't think I got the move right, but Oh, okay. What's the other, like, you're seeing like 3 moves at a time. It's like so awkward. Okay. Have a... Oh, okay. I think I did something. Oh, it's sick. You get like the comic panels in the background. Or like, yeah, showing the horses and shit. Like even the stage looks so awesome. Like, see, like talking about art direction, like they did such a good job with this. And obviously, you know, it's a PS3 game. There's nothing like technically crazy about this. I mean, it's even, you know, it's running at 30 FPS because, oh yeah, I'm running out of time. It's like not gonna stop the timer, yeah. Or did we win? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it was like, oh, okay. Oh, it's a 2-round fight. Okay, good. But yeah, like even not just, you know, you have the rendering, like the lighting, whatever. It's not like, it's nothing fancy, but the way the textures are done and the like everything in the way the characters are built, the models and textures and lighting and everything is in service of making this look like the comic. And okay, we both got hit. I was gonna say, like, does that trigger a cinematic where I can get out of the way or something? But no. Not to say that I would want Street Fighter VI to look like JoJo specifically, but like just look at how fucking expressive this is and how like interesting it looks. Oh, there's the follow-up. Okay. Probably could have waited to do it, but I was just mashing. There's just, yeah, like it's so cool. And for some reason, the only fighting game that isn't like a licensed thing could even try something remotely like this is Guilty Gear. I mean, I think if this was 60 FPS, it would be like 10 times sicker. Oh, and to be clear, I wouldn't mind if Street Fighter looked like this. My point is just that... Oh, dude, we got the dodge. Hell yeah. I'm not specifically asking for Street Fighter to look like this, just like I'm not specifically asking for it to look like Guilty Gear. Like, I don't even know jack shit about JoJo, and I still think this is, like, extremely fucking sick. Alright, we got it with a fucking fatality. Dramatic finish. Alright, that's fucking sick. But yeah, so they made this game, and then they made a weird arena top-down thing for the follow-up. It's unfortunate. But yeah, you know, I'm feeling this a lot tonight, like playing games I haven't played in 6 years or whatever, and I'm just finding enough to enjoy about it that I'm like, you know what? Like, I should. Man, I kind of want to play this more. Yeah, fucking SEDC. Well, again, like what are they gonna do? It's just silly, but. So they, yeah, I was like, oh, it's pretty cool. You get like the voiceover and stuff, but you know, the battles. I'm sure a lot of the specific stuff, like the dialogue and what's happening, the dramatic finish and stuff. Like, I guess some of that is probably not going to be present in the arcade mode. But it's a little bit whack, you know, to represent the entire story arc with like 3 fights in the same location with 2 screens of text in between. But yeah, I mean, obviously we got the Arc System Works Fist of the North Star game and everything, and I like that. I wish, of course, we got a follow-up, if only to get more characters in it. because there's a few very conspicuous absences in that game. Like Shu is like the major one, but you know, there's like the Goshase. There's like so many characters. All right, that's what I wanted to do to him, but that's fine. Oh, that didn't actually. Oh, okay, that just like triggers the horses to get going. I see. Oh, dude, we got the juggle. Oh, I missed the follow-up. I'm still sick. Oh boy. But you know, Fist of the North Star is a comic that I am very, very fond of, so I would love to see an attempt to something like this, like a game that looks like Hara Tetsuo's artwork in motion. Because I mean, the Arc System Works Fist of the North Star game is good, but it's, you know, it doesn't really look like any existing version. I mean, in the specifics of the art style, like it looks faithful. It doesn't look like a totally different thing, but obviously it doesn't really look. I mean, the closest, I guess, is maybe that it looks a little bit like some of the movie stuff that came out in the mid-2000s, around that time. But something that actually looks like, not necessarily the comic, I mean, especially not the anime, but like Hara Tetsuo's illustrations would be very interesting. And something that, I don't know, not to say that the fighting mechanics of this is something that I think is amazing enough that others should mimic, but like, you know, the Fist of the North Star game is fine, so to speak. Like it's not bad, but it is also kind of just an Arc System Works game. If you were to craft something like original, well, whatever that would be, like, I don't know, that'd be interesting. But, you know, if nothing else, I mean, it's obviously nothing like the same thing, but we did get the Yakuza Fist of the North Star game, which is, I love that game, and I think it's pretty much my favorite, it's my favorite Fist of the North Star game. But even that, like, it's, I don't know, it's got a little bit of Hara Tetsuo vibe to some of the art, for sure. But it's also like a Yakuza game, and I mean, that's more of why I love it. But when you have comics like this one, or Fist of the North Star, or whichever one that has like a very distinct visual style to it, like, it's always cool to see that represented. I mean, it's the same thing when we're playing non-my games on Super Nintendo, you know? Bringing the illustrations of the comic into the game and just having it look faithful to it. Like, it's always a treat. Like, we play that game and it's like, alright, it's a jankiest game. Super dank Z-tier fighting game. But, like, dude, like, whenever you see the artwork, like, right out of the comic, it's still beautiful artwork. It's still awesome. So that's always a treat. I don't really know what my moves are. I can't be bothered looking them up. One-fisted uppercut. Alright, pretty good. Like, nothing does any damage. Throw? There we go. We're gonna see what the throw looks like. But this is still, like, I don't think it plays super well. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, so of course I'm not, like, judging it super harshly, but it's not a game that's, like, instantly... You know, like SoulCalibur, I'm not a fan of how it plays, necessarily. There we go. But it's easy to play. You press buttons and stuff happens, and it doesn't feel bad. It feels very smooth and easy to play. Oh, shit. Okay, that's a thing. And this doesn't really have that. Oh, trying to get out of the way. No, wasn't successful. I'm probably not winning this round, am I? I was gonna say maybe I should try to get some meter. But you know, you have something that look visually appealing and distinctive, and if it can be like smooth and fun to play, even if it's not like mechanically super deep or anything, you know, that can last pretty. You know, you can get a lot out of that. Oh, okay. Now a secret mission. Yeah, I wouldn't say overall that like this is a bad game. I don't think it like I think people who I mean as far as licensed anime action games of any kind by CyberConnect 2 or whoever, like you could do a lot worse than this for sure. But coming to it not as a JoJo fan, but as a fighting game player, there's immediately some very obvious things where it kind of falls a little bit short. Nice. Super finish. Man, that dramatic finish, horse KO, whatever, that was super sick. Yeah, the presentation. I mean, when the presentation is this fucking exceptional, I mean, of course it's gonna carry it pretty far. And I mean, it's the same thing with the Ranma games on Super Nintendo, right? Like, it's you don't necessarily come. I mean, it's kind of my fault for coming to a game like this for the fighting game aspects of it. Of course, you know, if I'm gonna be disappointed with that, that's kind of on me, because this is clearly a game that is by far, you know, first and foremost concerned with delivering like the JoJo experience more so than a fighting game experience. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's more to it than I would be able to tell from just mashing some buttons. But it still has a kind of, I guess my complaints, as it were, isn't that it has no depth, I guess. It's just that it's a pretty stiff and clunky game. And I'm sure, yeah, as you say, it's probably not like very competitively balanced or anything, but I wonder if they show you this after you have completed the mission. I don't know. I mean, I never played the Capcom JoJo games, but I mean, I'm sure that that's true to a degree. Although, I mean, I think something like this, like I said, even if this was just like 60 FPS and a little less, you know, janky in general, I don't know, it might go a long way to making it feel more solid. Because I've played very little JoJo, but I remember playing, I think I played the demo of the Xbox Live Arcade version when that first came out. Well, first, but when that came out. And I think I was pretty taken aback that it was... I expected it to be more Marvel-like, I guess, or even more Darkstalkers-like. And in reality, it's like... It's kind of like Street Fighter 2. It's obviously got more stuff going on with the stance and whatever, but like... It is a pretty restrained game in some ways. And that was the impression I got then, at least. But obviously, I can't really speak with any degree of anything approaching authority, having barely played it. But I don't know, like, I think it's... I don't think you're completely off base, Taco, but I'm not sure if I, like... At the same time, I feel like there's I mean, I guess as far as JoJo games, even though there are a good amount of them, the Capcom games are probably the ones that have, like, that are held in the highest regard, just in general, but... At the same time... It's, I don't think it's quite the same as Marvel. Because, you know, with Marvel you have... It's specific with fighting games, I guess, but you have, like, the X-Men Mutant Academy games, you have Marvel Nemesis. You have some of these attempts that are, like, clearly whack. and then you have the like masterpieces from Capcom that aren't even just like super well designed fighting games, but also like artistically some of the most appealing representations of those characters in any medium, which casts a large shadow over everything else you can do. But I think with JoJo, like, I mean, this game, for example, obviously, it's not that it like shits all over the Capcom games or anything, but it's used, like, it has a lot more technical prowess to do things that those games couldn't. And I would say, having not played either extensively and not knowing the source material, I still would feel fairly comfortable saying that this game doesn't, Capcom game doesn't like put this game to shame either, as far as the aesthetics and presentation and representation of the source material goes. But yeah, Marvel, I guess, is like, even Capcom themselves aren't able to do it properly. And it's hard to imagine, you know, there was talks a while back, rumors that that NRS would be making like a Marvel game, which I really don't want that to be true for so many reasons. Like, but if that were to be the case, I would still, of course, be interested to see what they would do. But even if someone who kind of likes the Injustice games, to a degree at least, I think they are, the style of those games, like I said, MK11 is like a very reined in, kind of rigid, controlled, not very wild fighting game, which is the style I like. I like that a lot, but I think that is a style that doesn't fit superheroes at all. I think the Marvel vs. Capcom stuff, like, that fits the energy of superheroes fighting. And even MKX being like a much wilder game, the style of character movement and all that kind of stuff, like, it just doesn't, I don't know, it's hard to imagine. I don't know what, like the Capcom games just like, they so define like what superheroes fighting looks like, that it's hard to imagine. Like, you can look at something like the Crystal Dynamics Avengers game, which looks bland and terrible for many, many reasons, but as far as like how the characters fight and move and do combos and moves and stuff, like, you're still gonna kind of, in the back of your head, you're not, or at least I'm not, thinking of cartoons or movies. Like, I'm kind of thinking of the Capcom games. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely a tall order to do anything different and try to make it to make something that like holds up to that, or doesn't just like immediately invite comparison that inevitably is going to be unfavorable. Oh yeah, I mean, I guess, like I said, I don't know JoJo, I don't know either of these games, so I really cannot really speak to anything. Yeah, it's kind of cool. You can like delay it to get more gunshots in, but if you wait too long, the follow-up doesn't reach. It's an interesting idea. And I can say too, like, just, I remember like most of my impressions of this game was kind of hearing conversations more so than playing it. Okay, I think I did some kind of dodge thing, but whoa, he didn't get hit. That's weird. But I think I can tell just like from mashing buttons that there's a little more to this than I kind of remember. But I still think it's like you have stuff like this, like a jab that's weirdly slow and doesn't go anywhere. Walk speeds are super slow. It's definitely a bit of a weird game, but I don't mind. I mean, I played a lot of games that are weirder than this, or like quirkier or clunkier or feeling worse, that don't have a tenth of the visual impact and appeal of this, so, you know. But at the same time, like, the story mode is not that exciting, because, I mean, if I knew the ins and outs of all of these fights and characters and everything, yeah, I could see it being cool to see these situations. Like, again, in Fist of the North Star, it doesn't have, I don't remember if it has like a mode, but it has like a thing where if specific matchup specific situations happen. Okay, guess I couldn't hit him. This is pretty sick. I probably should have hit him before that happened, but nope. Okay, that's okay. Ultimate life form. I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, like if you trigger certain specific moves connecting in a certain situation on a certain stage or whatever, you'll like unlock a little museum thing. So like the game kind of rewards you for recreating moments from the comic, and that's like a super cool idea. So maybe this is doing that constantly, and I just, you know, can't appreciate it. But aside from that, like, you know, literally every fight is on the same stage. There are no pictures in between or anything. Like, it's pretty, I don't know, going through all of this, like with all these different chapters, and if I can see why I didn't immediately get into this game and just played through all of it, because it gets pretty repetitive. I mean, maybe this is maybe some of the issues I'm having is specific to part 2. I guess that's possible. But again, given the scope of this game, I wouldn't expect them to have like 8 stages per part, you know. Final episode. Okay, here we go. Ultimate being. Do we fight just a powered up cars here? Joseph's chop smashes through Cars' blade, setting a lethal dose of hormone energy into his body. But it's Stroheim's ultraviolet. I guess that's the thing, like, the characters who aren't playable, we don't even see them. So Stroheim, like, I don't know, he's mentioned twice, but we don't get to see him at all. Stone absorbs the ray, activating the mask and pushing Cars' brain to a new level. Thus, Cars is reborn. It's the ultimate life form. Unlike Stroheim and Speedwagon, who are overcome with fear, Joseph declares that he still has a plan. Grabbing the freed redstone, Joseph begins to run away as fast as he can. Like, just having this all be text is... It's like, you want to appreciate what's there, but at the same time... There's a limit to how engaged I can be, I guess. Yeah, he just triggers this immediately. It's so weird, it's got like iframes at the end of it. It at least doesn't seem to get life back like super instantly. Oh, I can... Nope. What? How do I do my fucking... I'm trying to shoot my fucking bottle cap into the air, but... I guess I can cancel... Yeah, you can cancel into super. Do that. I like that, like, easily enough to, like, mash a few buttons into a special, into a super. Oh, nice. Just barely hit him. Might not be enough, though. Oh, there it is. Okay, nice. Yeah, this whole ultimate life form doesn't seem to be accounted for that much. I mean, it's super sick. I like the way he transforms when he's, like, jumping and shit. That's really cool. Again, like, there's not a lot about the visual aspect of this that isn't super sick. Oh, okay, I just wanted to get knocked down and... Oh, wow, okay, it's like look at me. There we go. Trigger the horses. Which is more than likely to fuck me over, but... Oh shit, that's sick. Nice. I wanted to, like, make sure to push him into it, but he got hit anyway. Oh. Ah. Oh, yes. Okay. I want to do the other super, but I needed another meter, I guess. Oh no. There we go. Whatever that was. Retired! Nice horse clipping. Another battle. Okay, yeah, I guess we got the rival version. A new backing track has been added to the audio arena. End of part 2. And we unlock cars. The following characters can now be used in all battle stages, but you need the playable character data from PlayStation Store for DLC characters first. What does that even mean? Can you be used in all battle stages? I guess battle stage, maybe that's something to do with the campaign mode, so it requires some unlockable thing. I mean, these are, I assume these aren't DLC characters, because didn't I just unlock them? As a reward for completing Secret Mission 3, a new 2D model has been added to the artwork viewer. Very, I don't know, somewhat clunky localization of some of these things, I guess.
小生物カーズを倒すためジョセフは戦闘機に乗り込んでイタリアのボルガノ島火山に向かった。
Yeah, freaking text ending.
カーズの追撃により重傷を負い、さらに
You'd think they could, like, with how much other shit they put into this,
この呼吸法だ。
you feel like they could, like, even just having a slideshow of, like, some comic panels would enhance this so much.
やはり無限の谷底へ溶けて流れ落ちろ。何？石石。石石は波紋増幅器だった。鳥に変身して逃れてやる。さすが地球のエネルギー。
I don't know, it's just so funny seeing this, like, extremely dramatic scene played out, like, and it's not even, I don't know, it's not even like a radio drama type thing, because it's like, it's just the dialogue, and we just have to imagine what's happening. I guess it kind of makes me curious to see what's actually happening in the comic, but all the money went into the opening. I guess so. But at the same time, like, it's just the stuff that is done so well, it almost, like, it sets an unfair expectation on everything else. Although this, I mean, because the thing is, like, they could have just had an arcade mode and nothing else, and not even have this. So you kind of don't want to, like, shit on it for at least including some of this, and it, you know, obviously, adding a visual component to this is not, like, an insignificant amount of work. But I guess it stands out also because, again, the recreation and representation of the source material is such a major part of the appeal. Yeah, I bet there's like 24 sentences of text, and it covers like 6 feet of comic volumes or whatever. Like, it's I'm sure, right? But if you're doing some kind of a digest thing, like, I don't know, I feel like this is not the peak of what's possible, to put it that way. Hey, we got a silver trophy. Let's just take a super quick look. But yeah, like, again, that was just, you know, you appreciate the visuals of it in the presentation stuff, but so much of it is just repetitive and I don't know. I mean, I guess the game plays okay for what it is. Something about how this all comes together, it's like, I guess the novelty of everything that's cool wears off after about 1.5 fights, and after that it's just kind of very samey. And there's not enough reward to make each fight an interesting kind of, you know, oh, let's see what's next, let's see what, like, especially when you start repeating opponents and stuff. I don't know. But I mean, there's a shit ton of content in terms of story and plot and characters and whatever to cover. Like, this is a very long-running comic, and to take even one of these parts and summarize it in, like, 6 battles, there's... You know, if you were to focus an entire game on one of these parts, you could certainly... you could flesh out a lot more details, but it's understandable that corners have to be cut. And, you know, the stuff that is done well is still done super well, so... I guess it's just this contrast between everything that is so slick and the stuff that's so bare bones. Yeah, so I guess it's funny, they're like model viewers, like 2D models and like whatever, but I guess this is just... Okay, we don't have anything unlocked here, I guess. I guess it's in the art viewer. Or maybe we just unlock stuff to buy, I don't know. This is really cool. I mean, maybe I bought this. It's so weird, like you don't buy it in the same menu. Like this is really cool to see, like the game artwork, like how closely they kind of mimicked. RT, thanks for stopping by. We're going to be wrapping up pretty shortly here anyway. I wonder if any of this special illustration... Oh, this is from part 1, okay, yeah. Part 2. This is pretty nice, even though it's like a clip art collage. Like, oh, fucking unskippable dialogue in the menu. That's some shit. Yeah, so yeah, we unlocked the ability to buy these, I guess. It looks like here. So there's probably more in that menu, but the stuff that's gray out in that menu is the stuff that is now currently available to buy, but you still have to go to this separate menu to buy it. Like, that's a little clunky. Normal. Okay, oh, that's pretty cool. You can do buy. This is normal wear. I don't know. I guess maybe there's alternate costumes that are DLC that you have to buy in order to look at the models. I guess would make sense. I mean, a bit shit. Yeah, I guess you'd want to be able to look at it before you buy it, but is there not an option to remove? I mean, there might be. I don't know. Yeah. What is this? Like, what is this for? Like a sound test type thing? Who knows? Well, we're in the shop. Yeah, the sound test. Okay. Oh. That's the thing. Yeah, like everything is so grindy and like nothing is available until you get points to unlock it. Oh yeah, we got end of part 2. Backing track. Yeah, that's the BGM, I guess. You can't have it play in the menu. You just have to, like, you can listen to it while we stare at that screen. I like this stuff. Like, definitely helps you understand what's going on. I appreciate that. So let me take a quick look back in the arcade mode. I just want to kind of get a sense for... I mean, we played 2 out of 7 parts, so that gives me some idea, but... Just looking at the character select... Because I think, yeah, in part 1, like, it's just 4 battles. I guess you just play as Jonathan and you fight Dio. I guess you fight Zappelli. And that's it. Oh, I guess I played through arcade. Okay, so I got an S rank with... Okay, I see. So now we unlocked these characters. So I wonder if these are like DLC characters down here maybe or something. It kind of looks like we'll get... I don't know, maybe we'll get 4 extra characters here. I don't know. They're kind of arranged by part, it looks like. So, I mean, this is a pretty sizable roster, at least. Yeah, the story mode, like, the thing is, You know, maybe we would have been better off playing the arcade mode. We would have get a wider range of characters and stages, maybe. I don't know. I still think, again, that well, I was thinking the story mode would be more specific to this game. I guess it turned out that the story mode wasn't very interesting after all, but oh well, it is what it is. I mean, obviously, we still got to enjoy the game. We got to see some cool stuff. We got the dramatic horse KO finish. I'm happy enough with that. I guess it's just one of those games where you just got to kind of spend a very long time with it to get to see the cool stuff and appreciate it, which I think is also part of why I ended up never spending much time with it, because I could tell that I would need to sort of grind it out and spend a lot of time with it. And it's one of those things, I mean, you could look at it from the other direction. It's like, if I had chosen to spend time with it, I would be rewarded with more stuff. Which is true of something like SoulCalibur VI and whatever too. Like, there's a bunch of shit to do in it. DOA for that matter. But if it's something you're not that invested in to begin with, it kind of ends up, for me at least, sort of in the opposite direction, where you look at it and it's like, ugh, this seems like a lot. And it, you know, if I'm not already excited about it, it's kind of like, you know, puts me off a little bit. I guess we'll watch the opening again, because it was pretty sick. Let me go update the spreadsheet before I forget. But hey, like, PS3 being a PS3 notwithstanding, this was very smooth sailing tonight. We didn't have a lot of technical issues. I feel like most of the time we do these streams, there's always something going horribly wrong. Yeah, tonight was nice and smooth. And you know, we got some Super Famicom jank, but not too many super weird, terrible games. Pretty high level of quality across the board tonight, I think. We'll be wrapping up here. I'll be sending you guys someplace else. We'll see who else is streaming. I will be back to stream tomorrow from 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. I will be checking out finally some of these Super Famicom games that we have here, and some Saturn games, whatever we got. Most recent birthday unboxing last week. So random Japanese games it is, and maybe some other stuff. We'll see. But we'll be playing some video games, that's for sure. Thank you very much for hanging out. It's been a delight. These streams always are. When we reconvene tomorrow, we will be starting a new funding drive, a new community challenge to do the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream number 10. We've been doing them, I guess, about once a month here, because it's October, and we're I think we started at the beginning of the year, and we're gathering funds for stream number 10. Should be fun. Holy shit. Tino is actually doing Wii games. I cannot believe it. It's been a long ass time. We should probably say hello to Tino and friends. Yeah, let's go rate them. Thanks again for hanging out. Take care, everybody. Have a nice Friday night or Friday, Saturday, whatever time it is where you're watching. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.